good morning from a sunny but not totally crickety Marsa Sports Ground here in Valletta in Malta, where our first European Cricket Series game of day 2, I'm very sorry to say, has been abandoned owing to a wet outfield. You can see one or two pictures, patches of darker soil among the grass on your screen, and it's those patches that are proving troublesome for the ground staff to clear. They've aerated them, they're hoping the sun will do its work, but as far as this opening game of the day between the Knights and the University is concerned, abandoned, 1 point each, and match referee Rob Kemming has agreed with the ground staff that the outfield is unsafe for play. That means we'll be back on air shortly before 10:30 Central European time for Game 2, and we'll look forward to your company then.
Merhaba Malta. Welcome to Malta.
Good morning and welcome to the European Cricket Series here in Malta, live from the Malta Cricket Ground. Pleased to inform you that we are fit and ready for match number 4. First match today, as you know, has been abandoned because of a very wet and damp outfield. First, we will go to the coin toss to see who is doing what in this next fixture.
Bonjour and good morning and welcome to the Malta Sports Club in beautiful Malta for match number 4. We have the home team, Malta Cricket Club versus the Malta Warriors Cricket Club. Very excited about this game. Let's get it underway. Rob Kemi got the coin for us. Obviously, Malta Cricket Club is the home team, so you'll toss it and you'll call. Head's the call.
It is heads.
It's a head. All right, mate. You won the toss. What is your decision?
We're gonna field first.
You're going to field first. Why are you looking to field first?
Because the field is very wet, so we have to use this situation very good.
So you think there's something in it for the bowlers this morning?
Yes, the bowlers will get a lot of swing, so it's good for.
Sounds like a good plan. Have you played T10 before?
Actually, we played a lot in tennis ball cricket in 10 overs, so we have a lot of players play like that, T10.
So you know how it goes then, you've got a strategy.
Yeah, strategy we know very well.
Okay, good luck. Have a good game. Cheers, mate. All right, so you're batting. What would you have done if you won the toss?
We would have bat first as well. So we were thinking because the outfield is quite wet. The mat was covered yesterday. It's quite dry, but the ball will get wet quickly and it will be difficult to grip the ball. And we will try to set a good, decent target, and we will try to defend it after the condition will get dry, and we will be able to control the ball quite.
So what do you think is a decent target?
Well, it should be 90 plus. Should be very good, decent target because we have a quite decent bowling attack, and most of our players are quite familiar with the ground's conditions, and hopefully this is a completely different format, very aggressive and short format, but it won't take us long to adopt this format.
Excellent. Well, good luck for your first game. We're looking forward to it. So Malta Warriors have won the toss and they're going to have a bowl.
Thank you very much, Stefan. Well, there you see it. Rahul Nair deciding that they're going to have a field first. Now, speaking to the captain, Rahul, he did tell me that they are a team that like to chase. Well, let's see how many they're going to have to chase as we're getting ready here. The umpires for this match are men in black to start the proceedings off. Tim Wheeler and Amir Sharma. Teams are out. As you saw there, it's Massa batting. They'll be happy with that. Their captain telling me, Rico Full, Harun Mughal, that he'd be more than happy to bat. So Rico Full here, joined gladly by Kit Harris. Good morning, Kit.
Morning, Rico. It's an interesting decision for opening bowler, isn't it, from a Warriors? Tom Thomas, who didn't play at all throughout the 2020 league, is going to take the new ball.
Having a shout straight away. The batsmen do come through for a quick leg by.
Yeah, these two teams met in the third place playoff So they're both the losing semi-finalists of the domestic league. So their last match before this tournament was facing each other for third and fourth.
Nice shot, good use of the feet there. And that's gone all the way for 4 runs. Well, the outfield may be quite wet and damp, but he hit this well enough to see it go all the way. Passes the fielder, Joka Hogia, good start.
Yeah, nice one from Zishan first ball. Look at that footwork. He's turned a short ball into a fuller one, was able to get it away through the leg side.
Oh, that's beautifully bowled, good reply. That moved and moved late off the seam. Good delivery.
Yeah, so the Warriors bowling attack, they've got 4 of the 5 bowlers who saw them through that semi-final playoff.
Similar shot. This time the fielder goes down, does get something on it, takes the pace off the ball. Batsman will come back for 2 runs. A bit of backing up there going on. Have to be careful out there, Kit, because it is quite wet and slippery still.
Yep.
So running these singles, the batsmen have to be absolutely committed to it, and also make sure that they keep their feet. That's that nice ball. That's the length. Gets it there. It's moving away.
Yeah, he's bowled well, opening the attack. Basil Joy is the bowler who has stepped aside. The Warriors lost that playoff, so they'll be keen to get wickets and revenge in the combination here.
Straight down the leg side there. That would be a wide ball.
It's a well-balanced attack though. Certainly 6 bowlers who could be used. They've got a spinner as well, Salu Thomas, who was their highest wicket taker in the T20 tournament. Probably of all the bowlers amongst those 6, Tom Thomas is the least likely to be bowling up front. So they've pulled a bit of a surprise here, because of course the master batsman won't have faced him all season. And it's come off, hasn't it? That's a good first over.
It's very tidy, it's well bowled, just the one each straight down the leg side. Other than that, it's very well bowled. 9 runs coming off it. Now, it was interesting speaking to both captains. When I was speaking to the Mesida captain, he was saying that they are keen to restrict Marsa to around 70 runs. And he said the key player for him was going to be spin. He said and it's going to be the spin of Salah Thomas, so he's obviously holding him back.
This is more what we expected to see opening the bowling. Divyesh Kumar with his little in-swingers. He was the leading wicket taker amongst the seamers in that domestic tournament. 10 wickets he took, but his economy throughout the summer has only been a run a ball, which is distinctly handy in the T10 format. It was just taking a little while to get his line right, which is hardly surprising. It is November.
Yeah, I mean, doing a quick walk out their pitch, one thing you did notice is that under the footing there for the bowlers coming, especially over the wicket, a little bit of dampness, and that's why you can see quite a bit of sawdust has been placed there for the follow-throughs as well. That's a good ball. It was right in the right areas. Batsman's done extremely well to get hold of that. That's a good shot from Zishan.
Yeah, a little bit of swing again, away from the bat, and not where he intended it at all. Wanted to go straight. But in the end, it's just sliced away off the blade. He got the result he wanted, even not in the manner he wanted.
You see that movement again. It's very late movement. You see where the wicket-keeper ended up taking that. But pitched in the right areas. If you can get that one a little bit fuller, a little bit up towards Zishan Khan, it's going to be well, he's looking to get the wicket-keeper and the, I would say, second slip into play there. It's well bowled. It's right in the block hole.
Some very interested by what you say, Rico, that captains are talking of spin dominating, because it does tend to here at the Master Sports Ground.
It's good running from the batsman. It was straight to the fielder, but still pick up the single.
But you know, but will it? That's the question. I know it does as a general rule, but batting captain Mughal saying he thinks all the moisture still around on the grass will make the ball quite hard to grip. So for me, it's lucky that Warriors do have 5 seamers in addition to the spinner.
Oh, he's picked this up beautifully. There's a fielder there. It's gone over his head. Balle, balle, balle. The first Maximo of the day. It's a top shot. Picked it up beautifully.
Half volley, just heaved away. And well, even if Thomas had been fielding on the boundary there, he still wouldn't have been able to jump up to it. Perfectly placed and just the right amount of range on it as well.
It's good, and this is what Noel Cossier was saying to me when we were talking about, you know, what's the thought process? Are you going to go out bang bang right from the word go? He said no. He said just get my eye in, and said, and then we'll take the attack to them, but we're not going to lose out on any singles. And he just demonstrated that there. That's good batting from him and these two, and that's the end. The second over, 23. The score moves on to.
Yeah, you've got to capitalise on these 3 power play overs. We saw 21 runs scored without loss in the opening innings by Overseas Cricket Club in game 1 yesterday, and it didn't prove to be enough of a platform. Thomas going to bowl his second over straight off the reel.
It's a nice start from him. A bit of work there to do for the third man.
Yeah, they're trying to go straight here, aren't they, the batsmen? Noel Cosler again going through the offside, but just not quite finding the middle at the moment. That's why you've got the third man down there rather than anyone deep and straight.
Single taken.
Just so slippery. Not only for the feet, but also for the ball there. Salu Thomas getting into a muddle with both. Now I reckon here, Rico, that if Tom Thomas pushes this in full, that Noel Cosler might go over the top here.
Oh! Well, it was, he didn't push it through full, slightly shorter, but the arm ball took the pace off it. Missed out by the batsman and only just missing that off stump. Just watch this.
Yeah, just took the pace off it, as Rico says. Cosler too early on the shot.
Picks that up well, chase on for the fielder. I don't think he's going to get to that. Going to be 4 more. It's nicely played, he waited for this one.
Yeah, just dropped it a bit short. He'd already given him a side to the ball before, and this one did have the pace on it. Cosler only had to execute what he missed previously, and he did that very well.
Going well here, Cosler. He's aiming to finish this power play in style.
It's always slightly harsh that wide there. If we look at that again, I thought that rather swung late. I know he didn't reach it, but I thought that the point at which that ball passed the bat, I rather thought it was within range there. Marginal anyway.
That's a nice shot. The fielder there comes across. We'll keep it to just a single. Yeah, so as I was saying, 70 is what the Mid-Sida Warriors wanted to restrict their opponents to. The Master themselves, 90 plus is what they got their eye on. And they made a good start going towards that, as this one also rolls all the way. 4 more, Jokka ho gaya. This is good positive batting inside the power play.
Yeah, 2 full again, and they haven't got anyone out there square on the leg side, just this straight long on. You see Divyesh Kumar running into the picture. So as soon as it's 2 straight, you can just whip it away across the line. And that's the power play gone. Decent position, 35 without loss.
Yeah, going very well.
I confess to being not altogether convinced about the Tom Thomas experiment. Didn't really get any movement off the seam or in the air. We're going to see Shijil Joy coming in. Most expensive bowler by economy rate in the summer competition. He did pick up 5 wickets.
It's a good start from him. It's right on the money, nice and straight, making the batsman play, which he does. Takes the single. These two rotating the strike well.
Yeah, which is the key at the start, is not just to pounce upon the bad ball, but also to try and turn ones into twos. That's the main thing, taking the first one quickly.
That's well bowled. He saw the batsman Zishan Khan come down, he banged it in a bit short, and that came through quickly. This is not one of those pitches where if you bang the ball in, it holds up. It does come through. That was sharp.
Yeah, I think the batsman just flagged his intention to come down a bit too early there.
Oh, he's got that one wrong. Is he going to get away with it?
Yeah, that's a good call, Rico. Batsman came down and missed the ball, but for my money, that was inside the line when it passed the batsman. He's going too early. Khan is just triggering himself down the pitch. He doesn't really achieve much by it. Just allowing Joy to bang it in short.
He's got hold of that. It was in the air. He's had to catch it. Goes over the man at backward point in between the two fielders. They're patrolling the boundary. 4 runs.
He just waited this time in his crease a little longer. Got himself into a difficult position and really had to reach for the half volley. But enough of the bat on it to pierce that gap perfectly.
Yeah, he waited for that one, didn't he? Didn't give it away, waited for it, was able to play that shot. That's what he's got to do. And then take the single. So good from these two. As we said, it's not just about waiting and hitting the bad ball to the boundary. It's also about taking the singles, rotating the strike, keeping the bowler and the captain working all the time mentally. Where are we going to put the fielders? Where are we going to bowl this one?
Yeah, and they've got 2 men straight and deep now for Khosla.
Good single, good running. They've done well, keeping that score ticking away. 42. This is now the end of the 4th over.
He's mixed it up in that over. Shijil Joy. And, not much sign of any movement laterally for him, but just the rotation of full ones and short ones.
Yeah, just to remind you, you can follow the proceedings here on the European Cricket Network. Just EuropeanCricketNetwork.com. Gives you updates of what happened in the 2 games yesterday, the schedule for today, and the rest of the days to come here in Malta. And of course, our man himself, Vinny Sandhu, is there, and he's done a half an hour stint on all the teams featuring in this European Cricket Series. So yeah, that makes good viewing. Get on there. Give you some updates about the teams.
Here we go then. Salu Thomas, gun bowler, the big wicket taker, the sole spinner in the lineup.
Shouts of catch. Might get hold of it. Kosia.
Bit of a loosener that one, wasn't it? A bonus wicket that would have been had it gone to hand.
That one is quite wide. Batsman will make it into 2. It's good backing up from Kosia.
Massive puff of sawdust as well. The ground staff have belatedly effectively been trying to dry up this ground after this morning's abandonment. Oh, that was a nice one, wasn't it? It looked for all the world like the off break, and I think if we see it again, I think actually it probably was the off break, but it just didn't go. It straightened almost on Kozler. Found him playing down the wrong line. And cracking appeal from the keeper for a batsman who hasn't moved his foot.
Yeah, I think he was just hoping that he was going to lift it and just leave. As we saw yesterday, just a toe on the line, which would have meant he's out, but he's still there. Let's see where this one goes. A little bit shorter, he's picked that up. It's gone all the way, says the ump. The fielders have signalled 6 runs. Picked that up very well.
Yeah, Kozler likes to just sit on the back foot, plant his feet in the crease and swing across the line. So the key is don't bowl too straight or too full to him. And Salu hasn't really found his right length yet.
Floats this one up. Kozler gets his foot to the pitch of the ball, plays it out to extra cover. We'll take the single.
He just needs to push it through a bit more. We saw last year when I was touring with Iceland, Icelandic left-arm spinner Keenan Botha took heaps of wickets just by fizzing it in a bit more.
Going for the stomping.
His foot's rooted. All very well saying yes, but the spinners who do well here, they push it through a bit quicker, but right onto the good length, get the batsman groping forwards.
Yeah, that was again too wide. Wide was signalled. Stumping, not out. The appeal from the wicketkeeper. So Salah Thomas, yeah, just straying. He's got 1 or 2 in the right areas, but that's not enough. Need to break this partnership. He's got to get the ball right out and get batsman playing outside that off stump. Once more, that was too wide. And, that shot should have been playing on the offside there by Khan.
There's a lot of hoiking to leg going on. But, although he isn't bowling terribly well, Salu is bowling very wide and full, so that's the least powerful shot you get out of this kind of bowling. And that's the right shot to be playing.
Well done, well done.
Well, that brings to the end the 5th over at this beautiful setting here, Malta Cricket Ground. Well, we're overlooked by the 15th century Tachapuna Chapel, surrounded by these beautiful Mediterranean palms. So halfway stage, it is 54 without loss.
Well, is it time to have a look at a new bowler yet, or are we going to just get rid of Shijil Joy? The answer is in the latter. He's mixing up a very full length and a shorter one here. If he goes too straight, we know that Kozler will plant that back foot and swing him away through the leg side, and for that reason, well, there were 3 fielders out deep, but now just to tempt Kozler into that cross-batted shot, the deep mid-wicket, the middle one of those 3, has come in the ring. Just trying to hit it too hard that time. And you can see Kozler just nodding his head. The batsmen are discussing it now. Just stay balanced, stay in control. There's certainly an opportunity to pierce the offside though. There's no one square of the wicket out there on the boundary. There is a fielder here, and it's just bounced short of Justin George. He wasn't slow to react, but it's very slippery there, and of course, because it's the artificial pitch that they're playing on, most of the fielders haven't got spikes. So not really a chance. These 2 batsmen nose to nose in terms of run scoring. It's a nice ball off cutter. Just gone across the seam a touch there. A little bit of movement back in.
Yeah, this was a beauty. It's one that actually goes into the batsman. Here we go. Yeah, to sniff that one, that was very well bowled.
Was expecting the square cut to be on there, but it was just too close to him in the end. Gone for it again. This time he has made contact. He should pick up a couple here. Oh dear! It's very, very ginger out there, the fielding. Oh, and again. The ball is slippery, and that is it's a fairly poor outfield here at the Master Sports Club, but your eyes don't deceive you that out there it's particularly bad.
Yeah, I mean, all that heavy rain there. I mean, you walk across there and you're sticking all over the place. So having to run and try and stop the ball, it's a difficult area to patrol.
Going short again though, this time just put a little bit more effort into the ball. It's prevented Khan from being able to latch onto it like he did the ball before.
Yeah, already very different to what we saw yesterday, Kit. Yesterday it was very much keeping the pace off, just getting it in the right areas. Here today, well, we're seeing that the Imitsa bowlers are quite happy to bang it in.
Well, and look at the difference to the scores. We're going at 10 and over now. We didn't reach that run rate at any point yesterday on day one here in Valletta. Pace off was what was working, concentrate on lateral movement. Quicker one, he's under it now, and this time Justin George does have a chance, but he's come in too soon. Oh, calamity. That was definitely catchable if he had stayed on the line, but he's misjudged it.
Yeah, that's, as a bowler, you'd never want to see this. You've got your field set. The man is there to be on the line and take the catch. Look where he ends up being. And that's criminal to do that.
Well, poor old Shijil Joy. Yes, and that is to add the insult to the mishap. Now Salu Thomas has swapped places on the outfield in that position with poor old George. So Manuel Anthony, last of the bowlers.
I'm back.
Seamers. You'd expect to get 2 overs out of him as well. 7 wickets he took throughout the 2020 summer, and he's now got his first, with his very first ball in European Cricket Series Malta. Oh, he makes it look so easy. There's the breakthrough.
Doesn't he just? Well bowled, and it's come at a good time. And in fairness, I have to say that Zishan Khan probably thought he had to get going here now. No wickets down. Plenty of time for other batsmen to come in who probably are a little bit more aggressive than he is. He's done his job, gave them a good start, good opening partnership, 65 with Noel Kosia.
It's a straight up and down ball. Good line, good length. Khan's got overexcited there. So there we go, the first one has fallen. And, in comes Niraj Khanna. Not the quickest scoring of all the middle order batsmen. Strike rate throughout this season of just a shade over a run a ball. There are bigger hitters there. Surprised we haven't seen Harun Mughal, the captain, come out yet. Nicked! That would have been a lovely one for first slip, wouldn't it? He's gone for the big hit straight away. Just a little bit of shape away from the bat this time. 2 good balls to start with from Anthony.
Yeah, he's in the right areas, and well, kind of showing what he's come out to do. Straight from the word go.
That's nicely bowled. We were talking before about pace off the ball. He's just dobbing it around, English style. And the accuracy is what's creating the economy in this 7th over. A wicket, an edge, dug out Yorker. Khanna's back on strike. See, that fielder at short third man has just gone a touch finer in the top left of your screen. Moan it across the line, straight to the fielder, 2 wickets in the over, and lovely that Justin George would hold that one after his error at the end of the previous set of 6. Just goes to show, take the pace off the ball, make the batsman hit it in the air, and you reap the rewards. Khanna has only just come, but now he's gone for 1.
Yeah, this is well hit, very well taken. And the story here is, of course, he's going to turn around and look at Salah Thomas and say, well, you know, you dare replace me, I'll show you what I can do. Take a very good catch there, George. Well done to him. And a second wicket in the over.
Told you I could catch. And number 4 comes out. The batsmen have crossed, so that that is the non-striker coming out. And that's Fanyan Mughal at number 4. But here's Kozler still on strike. Clipped away again.
Well done, ba.
A little bit wobbly on the outfield, bit of a goal mouth out there. Shijul Joy, but he's cleaned that up well. And now here is the first ball for Fanyan Mughal. Big hitter Haroon, the captain, still keeping himself back in the order. Running out of time. Decent bit of fielding there from Justin George. He'll be feeling much more confident now, leaping on it.
Yeah, I mean, Haroon Mughal, he was talking about his batsmen, and well, Fanyan Mughal was one of the ones he tipped to go out there and score runs. When asked, well, which batsman can get you to the score of the 90 plus you're looking for, and the 3 he said was Zishan Khan, he's already back. Well, Niraj Khanna made a very short appearance, and this man, Fanyan Mughal, well, let's see if Mughal can play some big shots for him.
A great over from Manuel Anthony. Just the 4 runs from it, and the 2 wickets to have fallen. And here is Divyesh Kumar coming back, 14 off his first. He was getting the ball to swing away from the right-hander in his first over, and I reckon that one's just gone back in a little bit. Yeah, maybe off the seam though. Certainly good seam position as the ball comes down. Across the seam that time. Good, but that's it. Good accuracy outside off.
Yeah, same again. He can see what the batsman's trying to do. He's just trying to have a swing, and he knows, well, if I keep the ball there and he's not going to use his feet, Mughal, then well, it's just going to be dot dot dot. He's got his 3rd man out.
Managed to get something on that. There should be 2.
Well done.
Decent work out again on the square boundary from Shijul Joy.
Yeah, you see Mughal there, that one time did move his feet, got into position, and gets that ball down there, backward square leg.
Run rate is slowing all the time, but that's going to change things around a bit. No more than a swivel pull, really, maximum, but a really flat skimmer of a shot.
All about the timing this, wasn't it? Look at that. Gets into position, hits it perfectly, and that's the answer. Smashes into the fences in there. That's a big 6.
He's rolled the wrists on it as well. Classy. Makes it interesting. Goes for the same one, but his head went right back. He has a laugh about it. Well, Kumar doesn't seem too amused. But, head went right back and got himself off balance there. And Kumar's done well to keep his nerve after being hit for the big 6. This time he's nailed it though. Oh, that's a monster hit. Out of the racecourse completely. 2 biggies.
This was beautiful. Well, he's doing exactly what the captain wants him to do. I was told about his big hitting ability. Well, there you have it. You're seeing it for yourself. That's the biggest of the day.
Well, just as the momentum was starting to slow, Fanyan Mughal has injected new impetus into the innings, and there were 14 runs off that over. Both of Divyesh Kumar's overs are gone for 14. The most expensive bowler finishes his spell. Now 2 overs to go, 83 for 2. Well, Master captain Haroon Mughal talked about 90. He's going to get that, I should think. Salu is obviously going to bowl the final over, but here is the man who took 2 for 4 in his first over to bowl the 9th, Manuel Anthony. Now it's gone very high. That's going to be 6 more. Now Noel Kozler's getting in on the act. 3 balls, 3 sixes.
Yeah, this was a powerful hit. He races on now to 37 of 20 balls. So definitely a T10 European style 50 is on the cards for him.
We haven't had one yet. And it goes for it again, but the ball was so slow and kept a shade low. And Noah Kosler's almost given up that shot halfway through it. He knew he was beaten. And having been hit for 6, Manuel Anthony has 3.
Well, this is very good thinking from the bowler. He's just been hit for a massive 6. And this time round, you see the way he just rolls his wrist around that ball, slaying it right down and getting the prize wicket at a key time because, well, if these two, with Kosia and Mughal hitting the ball well and hitting 6s and big ones, well, that score could have raced on to around about the 120, even the 130 mark the way they were going. That's a good wicket to break, good partnership to break.
Now here is the big hitter, number 5, on strike, Harun Mughal, captain. Strike rate of 174 this summer. Scored 171 runs. And of the players in this 11 was Marsa's heaviest scorer. Well, he's only got 10 balls of the innings left. Really hard hit, flat shot down the ground, but it's decent fielding there from Kumar. Now this battle will resume. 3 balls left in Anthony's over. Harun Mughal off strike. Another big hoik across the line.
Well done. Adi.
Oh, just the one. That's a great bit of fielding. Almost the overthrow. Shijil getting a bit overexcited on the boundary.
Good backing up. Yeah, I thought they were going to think about the 2 there. We've got to start taking the odd risk. Well, Manuel Anthony has got 3 for 11 so far.
Another swipe to the onside. It's difficult for the batsman to take 2. You just see there that as Harun Mughal got back to the non-striker's end, he's obliged to run on the sawdust, you see, and sawdust can be almost as difficult to get traction on as the mud. He has bowled well in this spell. Oh, he's gone left-handed. Yeah, that's it. I love that. I love that from Manuel Anthony. Batsman changes hand. Anthony runs up and says, no. He's kept his head very well throughout this spell. It should get 2. It really, well, there's been a misfield and they come back. Good work. Nearly an overthrow as well. In fact, there will be one. The fielder was backing up well, but just couldn't grab the ball. They've come back for 3. That's a relatively profitable over in the end. Another wicket, but 12 runs from it. Manuel Anthony finishes with 3 for 16. Great figures. Marsa 5 short of the century, which we reckon is par with the ball to go.
Yes.
An over, sorry, Rika.
With an over to go, yeah. I mean, they would be looking to at least get 10 here. I mean, anything less than 10 from this over, they'll be disappointed with. 105 between 105 110. It's a good score.
Really slow. It's brave bowling your off spinner right at the end of the innings. Floating it up, still adopting this line. Salu Thomas, very, very wide of the off stump. I think his plan is here that he's realised that neither of these batsmen really have much of an offside game at all. The wider he bowls it, that side, see how wide the keeper is too. There's just not that power in that shot. Coming back for 2. This should be suicide, but the throw is a really dodgy one. Manuel Anthony, well, he's bowled brilliantly. He's just let him get 2 here. Picked up the ball cleanly. Not such a strong arm to the far end. And come back for the 2nd.
Salu Thomas is part of the national team set up here in Malta as well.
Now they managed to get underneath this one though, and that is going to be a maximum for Haroon Mughal. First time he's cleared the ropes.
Yeah, just floating that up. I mean, like you were saying, Kit, you'd like to see him just push it through. Just floating it up, giving the batsman time to just have a good swing at this. And he's fetched that from outside the off stump and sent it all the way over the top. 6 runs.
Straighter this time, and he's able to get right underneath it, and it's 6 more. He's pierced the gap very effectively.
Lovely shot from Haroon Mughal, and well, the captain getting his team here towards a very good target, one that they will be hoping they would be able to defend.
There's that wider line again. Short has helped, pushed it through a bit more. You see it once more, as soon as it goes over to the offside, there just isn't that strength from either of these batsmen. But Haroon Mughal having gone 6-6-1. It's a decent over now. 1 ball left, and Fanyan hit another 6. He's gone for it anyway, and yes, he can. The big over to conclude. 22 runs from it, and the decision to bowl the spinner at the death has not been successful. Salud Thomas has been hit for 35 from his 2 overs, and Marsa have finished with a distinctly competitive, if not faintly imposing, 117 for 3. And these 2 batsmen have both cleared the rope in the death overs. Fanyan with 26 from 11 balls, and the captain Haroon with 17 from 6.
Well, the captain's certainly done his job, and his troops will be happy with that. There's a little huddle there from the opposition. You can see some of the highlights coming up for you now.
It's a good opening partnership though. 65 these 2 put on. Took them to the first ball of the 7th over. First of all, Zishan coming down the pitch, using his feet well. Then Noel Kozler, rather more anchored foot-wise, but just relying on brute force. Both of them went well over a runner ball. Zishan 28 from 20, Noel Kozler 37 from 21. The first team to hit 10 plus runs and over in this series so far. Outfield bumpy, the floor slippery, but that was a moment of great misfortune really for Justin George, who'd run in too far. But then in came Manuel Anthony to the attack, and first got rid of Zishan Khan, and then just a moment later Justin George took that neat catch to atone for his previous error. 2 wickets in the over for Anthony. So then Fanyan Mughal decided that it was his turn to dominate. Number 4, 3 sixes he hit. Kozler was accelerating, but then he became Anthony's 3rd victim. And at last out came the captain Haroon Mughal, and he joined Fanyan Mughal in clearing the rope as well. They did it 5 times between them and brought the score up to 117 for 3 in 10 overs. We're only in the early stages of the European Cricket Series here in Malta, but it's the highest total so far. And you can see there, well, Marsa, if they are going to reprise their 3rd place playoff victory against the Warriors from the 2020 competition this domestic season here, well, I think that's the kind of total that ought to do it. Everyone contributing effectively apart from Niraj Khanna at number 3. And the bowlers, well, a good job from them. Just perhaps bowling in slightly the wrong order. Tom Thomas having to bowl because Rahul Nair, the captain, had decided that he was going to keep wicket rather than Akhil Piostin. Shorn of that seam option, Tom Thomas had to be brought in, and he acquitted himself well. Kumar with his outswingers was expensive, and they really tucked into Thomas at the end. Anthony, the pick of the bowlers, the only to be successful. So I would say that 117 for 3 is an imposing score. It will take a bit of chasing from Warriors. On balance, I'd say Marsa were ahead, But there are those explosive batsmen in the Warriors lineup. Justin George, Divesh Kumar, Rahul Nair. They could get there, but they'll need a strong start. We'll see what's going to happen in 5 minutes' time, and we'll look forward to your company here on the European Cricket Network when we return.
Merhaba Malta. Welcome to Malta.
Welcome back, or as they say here in Maltese, Haruba, to the Marsa Club for the European Cricket Series here in Malta, coming to you live. And the teams are about to take the field again, just waiting on the umpires, Tim Wheeler and Amar Sharma. And just to give you a recap there, Marsa batting first, they were put in. Imitsa captain Rahul Nia saying he likes to chase. Well, he's got some chasing to do. They wanted to restrict their opponents to around the 70. Well, that wasn't on the cards as far as the captain from Marsa was concerned, Haroon Mughal. He wanted his team to get to around 90. Well, they did better than that. They get to 117 for 3, and that's thanks to a very quick fire 17 of 6 balls from himself. So he's put his team in a good position. 17 for 3, and well, the Imitsa batsmen have got some work to do, and they've got to start early. They've got to make the most of the power play. So just to remind you, only two fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle for the first 3 overs, and that's when the Imitsa batsmen have got to start firing. They've got to score quick runs. I'm Rico Full, joined by Kit Harris in the commentary position here at this beautiful venue.
Hi Rico. Well, I think it will take some chasing this. And well, there you see the players are now out in the middle. Just before we introduce the batsman to you, I just want you to focus on the wicketkeeper at the top of your picture, John Grimmer. If you've ever played cricket in Malta, I think you'll know this man. He's 61 years of age, and he is an ex-Maltese international player, and age has not betrayed his skills. And you'll see what I mean in due course. The striking batsman is Tito Thomas. Non-striker you can see there is Justin George, who took that good catch. And here is Fanyan Mughal, left arm seamer, who's going to bowl the first over.
Yeah, I mean, in bowler-wise, well, we know about Haroon Mughal. He's been in great form in the domestic league. He's top of the lot for his team on 11 wickets, and then he's got the likes of Wasim Abbas and Fayan Mughal, who's going to bowl now. They've both been on 7 wickets as well, with a very good strike rate, around 13, in between 13 and 17. So we're ready to go. Fayan Mughal for the first ball of this innings. Oh, a bit of hesitancy there, but in the end, get through for a leg bye. So the innings is opened, or they reply to this target of 118. Starts off with a leg bye taken, the first ball.
They've got all their bowling quintet from their victory in the third place playoff of the 2020 league in Malta's domestic cricket season. 3 seamers, 2 spinners, nice balanced attack.
Well bowled, he's gone across the right-hander. The left armour, it's well bowled, bit of swing there as well.
It's a tricky skill, isn't it, for a left arm swinger? Their natural movement is to bring the ball back into the right-hander. And twice now you've seen Fayan Mughal push it across and swing it, but swing it late as well.
This one, he's got his radar a little bit wrong, wide ball. Just a little bit of consistency, just get the ball in the right areas and then he gets into a rhythm. That's what a bowler would be wanting to do here.
Such a competent 5-man attack this though. Left arm spinner, right arm spinner, left arm swinger, 2 right arm seamers.
Oh, that's well hit. There was movement there again, but that's good positioning from the batsman. Got into position and sent it to the boundary, 4 runs.
Yes, it's just swung right into the middle of the bat there. 1 hand off it. Justin George. Well, actually, even though he only half hit it, got it right in the middle.
Slower ball, but he's picked that up beautifully. He sent it all the way. Ginna Badda Shaka. That was nice. Nicely picked up here.
Well, how about that? Slower ball, but well, if he'd known a day ahead that that ball was going to be there, he couldn't have hit it any better. Cleared his front leg, perfect position, so much power in the shot. I think we're going to enjoy watching Justin George.
Oh, that was good ball, very good reply from Fayan Mughal. I mean, he's unfortunate there. He stands hands on hips as that one goes through the batsman. Watch this, quicker ball, getting an inside edge. Could have gone onto his stumps, but fortunate there. Justin George seeing that one go for 4 more runs to his tally.
Yeah, so the secret is to try and get George defending. So that doesn't seem to be his natural game.
Yeah, but what George has done here is, because he's hit that one outside the off stump to the boundary, the one that was pitched up slower ball straight, the bowler's now thinking, where do I bowl this one? I think he'll go for a shorter one.
Where the slips come in.
And then he tried a slower one once more. Sort of tried that once and it's been sent for 6 runs. This time he's got it wrong down the leg side. Batsman will feel he probably lost out on it himself, but he does get the extra and he gets it bowled back at him again.
Just bowled a fraction too full. Think about the scything square drive and then the shot across the line for 6. They were both very full balls, and the one that did get the inside edge was just back of a length. They're going to have to be careful switching to left arm round the wicket here. The way he bowls, he doesn't want to push that offside wide too much. Oh, right, okay, angled in. That was a good variation.
That's the end of the over. It's, well, a good start here from Imsida Warriors. 17 without loss of the first. I'm saying that they need to make the most of the power play. They've started well.
I think we anticipate now at this point that we tend to see Nosher Akhtar. Usually shares the new ball. Gone for Wasim Abbas, in fact. The 3rd seamer is going to open up. A tall man. Just extracts that extra bit of bounce. They've got a slippery, slidey left arm swinging opening bowler. And then a hit the deck, back of a length, bouncy opening bowler. Complementary styles. If Justin George in the pink helmet gets back on strike against Wasim Abbas, we should be up for some entertainment.
Tito Thomas yet to get off the mark. It's gone all the way to the boundary, and it's going to be signalled as wide. So 5 wides to go on to that tally.
Massive loosener here. Well, it is November. He was trying not to swing it too much with his fingers very wide apart on the ball. But just shaking off some of the strain of the autumn.
Yeah, there's nothing that John Grimmer could have done about that. It was too wide, and he would have seen it very late as well. Better ball. That's the area she's going to be bowling at, especially to a batsman who hasn't got going yet.
Yeah, good bowler will only take the one ball to loosen up. We call that the official first ball of the over. It's good line and length.
2 men out at the moment. You've got mid on, back and third man on the boundary. We'll take the single. And well, it's another leg by, so Tito Thomas still not off the mark as he gets to the non-striker's end.
Now, as we've seen, this is the moment not to bowl too full, as we've already seen what Justin George will do.
It's well bowled, it's right in the block hole. It's kept in there. Like this field they've got set as well.
Backing up.
It's got the men in close, so quite often you see a lot of teams that keep the men right on that ring. But Marsa, they're quite happy to have them in and leave the challenge open for the batsman to go over the top.
Well, he's brave going for this full approach.
Cricket.
There might have been half a chance of a direct hit and an appeal there. I've a feeling that Tito Thomas had made it back in. But, yeah, bowling full. Of course, a Yorker is always a good ball. He's only got to miss that line, just come a fraction too short, get it in the half volley slot, and he'll be going over the fence. Like that, high in the
He's
air.
got hold of that beautifully, and it has done just that, gone right the way over. 6 more, beautiful hit. Sita, as they say here in Malta.
Yeah, perfect, really. It's the margin of error is very little to Justin George. Only got to miss that Yorker. Now the pressure is all over to Wasim Abbas now. Is he going to carry on going for this full one or drop one in a little short?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is though, Justin George has played some very nice shots all around the ground. So at the moment, as the bowler, you're not saying, well, he's only good at this shot and the other. You're going to have to think, well, where do I put it?
Well, we haven't seen him to the short ball yet, but that's a risk in itself because there's no one on the boundary square on the leg side.
Well, he likes it there, we know that. He's sent another one, that's the big one. Balle, balle, balle. That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Look at the speed of the hands there, what a flourish. He's like the fourth musketeer. Absolutely putting the bowling to the sword.
Well, this is an amazing power play, exactly what Imitsa needed. And with that big hit, the score moves on to 35 of 2 overs. This is spectacular stuff. It had to be good. It had to be positive. Well, you don't get any more positive than that. And the interesting thing here is, Kit, Justin George, 26 of 9 balls. Tito Thomas has yet to score off his 3 balls.
Now this is, I would say, outstanding captaincy. You don't normally want to bowl spin in the power play, but you do in this situation when your seam bowlers are getting tonked. Take the pace off the ball, toss it up a bit, get it above the batsman's eye line. And with a man like George at the non-striker's end, 26 off 9, it's brave and courageous for the captain himself to say, right, I'm going to do this. Good man.
In the gloves.
Keeping Tito Thomas on strike for as long as possible will help. He's 0 off 3.
Well, that's gone straight through. Completely missed it. Not looking very confident there, Tito. He's not moving very confidently. You see there, quite late moving into that.
Could sneak in a maiden here. It's extraordinary the contrast between these two batsmen.
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it, where the batsman at the other end, Justin George, is doing the right things. He's keeping the runs flowing and the run rate, stopping it from going too high. But of course, all of these dot balls, gold dust, as we say in T10, is putting pressure right back on him.
Oh!
3 dots now. Now all the work that George is doing, stitching together the innings, is being very gently unravelled by his batting partner. Well, no, they may not want to catch this. They got it.
Well, they've got the breakthrough, but not the man that they wanted. And, well, that puts to an end Tito Thomas's 7-ball frustration of a nightmare. He just couldn't get anything right. And then the full toss here, well, he just manages to get a top edge and the easiest of catches taken. So first wicket down.
He tried to toss it up like a moon ball, the captain. He didn't intend, I'm sure, for it to be a full toss, but he certainly wanted to try and get Tito Thomas to play that sort of shot with that sort of result. But the way Thomas was playing, hitting a new batsman at the crease, it may not be precisely what Marsa need. Anyway, the new batsman is Divesh Kumar. Goes to the non-striker end, batsman having crossed. And Kumar, really, after Justin George, is the second biggest hitter. These two pink helmets, they're the danger men in the chase.
That's a wide ball. Just kept on going, that one. Again, there still is a fair bit of swing there. These Kookaburra balls are certainly moving around a fair bit out there. Yes, well left. A little bit of a trigger movement there from Justin George, just probably enough to put Harun Mughal off, probably saying I'll send this one wide to perhaps go for the stumping. Oh, he's got to go, he's got to go. He just stood there and let him hit him. Well, that is an incredible leave. What is he thinking? Unbelievable. Well, I don't know what the explanation for this could be. That was just bang on middle stump. Plumb as you get. It just didn't move, look.
And in the words of one of the great commentators of international cricket, why did he do that? He just stands there, genuinely surprised, as though he had been sent down the most vicious flipper ever spun from the wrist. Well, that's absolutely key. Let's have another look at it. Just a regular off break, little bit of flight, didn't spin, he's misread it completely and just padded up. And of all the things that will happen in Malta over these 2 weeks, nothing more bizarre than that is going to take place.
No, I mean, sometimes the batsman will say, I didn't see it. I didn't pick it. Well, he watched that all the way onto his pad. That was a quite incredible bit of cricket. Anyway, he has to walk back. And we've got 2 batsmen now in, about to face up the first balls. Man on strike, Rahul. Well, top over is the cries out there, and it's certainly worse. Rahul there just getting an inside edge onto that to get off the mark. He'll go back to the striker's end. Well, Harun Mughal, he's taken 2 wickets for 3 runs, and the prize wicket of Justin George, who was hitting the ball all over the place and then decided to leave one that was absolutely dead straight.
Well, it was very brave for the captain to come on when things were going so well for those first 2 overs in the power play, and he's been rewarded for his courage. And hardly surprising then that he's decided immediately now to turn to his fellow spinner, slow left armer, Siddharth Anand.
End of the power play.
Power play over, as you hear the umpire saying. That means 5 men can go out. Rahul Nair as the captain on strike. He finds himself shouldering the burden from here. 80 from 42 now.
Well, Anand is bowling with his snazzy shades on, and he comes. Flights it up, it's hit uppish. Batsman think about 2.
Backing up.
Only the 1 taken.
We're backing up there, guys.
Taking the pace off the ball has worked so far.
Oh, that's very well bowled from Siddharth Anand. Just everything's just right about that. The right length, the right amount of flight, the pace. Beautiful delivery.
Really flighted, and he's unlucky he got a little bit of turn there. Otherwise he would have hit the wicket.
Bit fuller, well bowled.
Good bowling, Sid.
Yeah, they're in bother here.
On the penny.
The batsman, Divya Kumar, doesn't seem to have a particularly sophisticated game against the spinner. He seems to refuse to get forward. You watch that front foot if Anand bowls him another full one. It doesn't come down the pitch.
Yeah, it's going down leg. Batsman will be disappointing. He didn't get bat onto that. Some massive open area there. Sort of between square leg and the man on the 45, who's quite in on the single there. So they're certainly applying the pressure.
Yeah, 3 dot balls in a row. Just needs to come down the pitch and push it straight, take the single.
He's got his man! You could see that coming. He had him at all sorts. He just was not comfortable, Divyesh Kumar, there at all. Was not moving his feet. And in the end, you just knew 1 straight one in the right spot. That's this one on the money.
Yeah, it's not how you play the full ball. It's just got to come down the pitch there and drive it straight. But he's played across the line on the back foot to a full ball on leg stump. And, well, I imagine other teams will take notice that Divyesh Kumar needs to face as much spin as possible. It's all falling away now.
Yeah,
out comes Rijesh Jayamali.
Got to use your feet, haven't you, to the spin. If you're going to stay planted there with balls that are full like that, you're going to go through or you're going to get LB in front. Here we go. Better, waited on it. Gave him a little bit of width. Takes the single.
Well, what a great over that was.
Absolutely great. I mean, the introduction of spin. We've seen so many times, though, kid, haven't we, in T10? The pacers are giving it everything, and the batsman just using the pace on the ball. It's going all over the place to the boundaries, and even getting lucky with the edges. As soon as you put the spin on, take the pace of the ball, the wickets start to tumble. And there's pressure on there now, and the required rate per over has increased now to 13. 40 the score, 4 overs gone.
They're piling the pressure on now then, Marsa. 2 spinners have bowled 2 overs. 3 wickets have fallen for 7 after the first 2 overs went for 35. How about that for contrast?
Just taking a little bit of that pressure off with that delivery, wide ball.
Not much though. The equation is 77 from 35. The big hitter's now gone. Jayamali might just go for a wide there. He's pushed the arm ball through there a bit quicker. A couple of wides there with the run that they've taken. It brings the captain on to strike. So Rahul Nair. He has a good strike rate though for the season. 131, but it's all on him now. He's not walking across as he should to the short ball there. That's the right shot to play, but very hard to play when you're so far away from the ball that's wide outside off. This is a bit like Salu Thomas was bowling in the previous innings. Really full, arm ball floated up again.
Yeah, he's keeping it in the right areas, keeping the batsman guessing. Certainly he is targeting outside the off stump and then just puts that odd one in where he's trying to get the ball on right in between the bat and pad. This will be probably outside that off stump again. No, it's Fuller. Oh, he's got a top edge to it. Fielder just can't get to it. Well, that was very similar to the first wicket he got. That one off Titu Thomas. Flighted up, takes the top of the bat, goes over the wicketkeeper. Unfortunately, the fielder there on the 45 coming across couldn't quite get there. And there we go.
I'm not sure that is a wide when you look at exactly where the line is. I know the batsman's not reaching it.
Yeah, a bit harsh there, that one. Mughal just keeping the batsman guessing. Floats this one up. In the end, that was a nothing shot. It was just getting bat onto ball and getting consolation of, well, getting a single. Rajesh. The captain here, what's he got? He's got to lead the charge. He's got to score some runs. He's got to play some shots because the run rate is just creeping up higher and higher.
I don't think he's got the time to see off the spinners. By the time that's done, it's all gone.
Well, he's picked that up. That was a loose delivery. And that's gone all the way. Well picked up. That's 6 runs. Here we go. It's not bowled too many bad ones. And that's one that he strayed down the leg side and he's picked that up beautifully.
Hard to hit this for 6. So wide of leg. What a wonderful swivel pull. Muscled it away. We're going to need to see more of that from the skipper. He's called for a new bat. The amount of strapping on that one looks like that's Old Faithful.
Well, that 6 went pretty well for me. I don't know if you need a new bit of woodwork, but deciding he didn't like the other one. Last ball of his spell. Straight into the hands. It was wide again. And, well, that area's worked very well for the spinners. Haroon Mughal finishes his spell. It's been magnificent. It came on when, well, the Mesilla Warriors were piling on the runs. Took the pace of the ball. And he's taken 2 for 15. Great work from him. So at the halfway stage, 52 for 3.
They're just clinging on with a chance here. Warriors, it's going to be difficult from here. Remember that they lost to the same opposition in the 3rd place playoff of the Summer League. Sticking with spin, it's obviously the right thing to do. Anand comes on for his 2nd over. Mughal 2 for 15 in his bright little spell.
Missing out there again, Kit. Anything on the leg side, they've got to get onto. They've got to send it to the boundary.
Yeah, there's no one out there. Behind square, you're right, they have missed out.
Got him!
See, that's a good hit. They should get an overthrow here, they will. Well, a direct hit would have sent Jayamali on his way. His singles are not really anywhere near enough just at this moment. Just no speed on it at all, nothing to work with, and Nair has tried to hit that to leg when I think really the best move here is just to get that high left elbow going, hit it straight down the ground.
Well,
might be a no ball. It is a no ball, so there's going to be a free hit after this. They're rather sluggish between the wickets, but they do make two. And, well, Anand has just got a bit carried away with bowling the really slow flighted ball here and given it too much air. And, you're seeing the reason why. I assure you, yeah, that there is a towel there. So here's the free hit. Nair on strike. And again, it's the second time in the over. A ball drifting down leg. Just that short, fine leg fielder and no one else out there. Missed another chance to whack it away.
Get in, listen.
Just the single again. So another tidy one, including a no ball and a free hit. Just 5 runs off the over from Siddharth Anand. He's bowled 2 overs and taken a wicket. The whole thing's just cost him 7 runs. What a wonderful spell from him.
Yeah, and they certainly have now put the screw on. The required run rate now just under 15. And well, time is running out, overs are running out. Something's got to give here. We've got to see what else they've got to come. So one of these batsmen has got to decide, right, we've got to go and go big. I mean, Rajesh, he's only got 3 of his 5 balls. Is it time for him to sacrifice his wicket and maybe a hitter can come in and can find these boundaries? Well, at least a bit pleased to see that the pace is back on the ball.
Well, that's one thing, but this bowling quintet is so effective that now they're going to have to do at least half of it of Nosher Akhtar, the death bowler specialist. He has the meanest economy of all the bowlers here. So notion is that he's very, very hard to score off. So getting after the spinners, I mean the spinners who've been so effective here today are supposedly the more expensive bowlers. Nair at least has retained the strike. Close to the line. Pretty merciless, the umpire, isn't he? He don't even stray anywhere near it.
Yeah, just having a look at the field set now. So you could cricket the bowler. So third man has gone onto the boundary. They've got 1 sweeper on the offside.
Need 15 and over from here, though. Well, not a great shot. He's quite leaden-footed, isn't he, Rahul Nair? Doesn't really use the crease laterally, doesn't step across to the cut, doesn't make room, always reaching for the ball one way or the other. That's up away, in the air and over the infield. It's just going to be pulled up short. Neat little bit of footwork there from David Altwal. Come back for the second. Nair is dominating the strike and now he's got to dominate the bowling. He's only just nudged above a runner ball. It's been 3 overs since the batsman found the boundary. It's getting near to desperate now. Third or fourth time in the last couple of minutes that we've seen Nair try that swivel pull, but off seam and spin he hasn't made it work.
No, it's all gold dust and dot balls. It's all tiki-taka here, the odd single. They need boundaries, they need boom-booms. There's nothing happening here, and you've got to start, his keeper's back now. He's got to start moving his feet.
Slugs it across the line, but just good for 1. Tidy bit of fielding. Now, Jayamali hasn't seen much of the bowling, 3 or 5. He's only in the team because the gun batsman Samuel George is is not available for selection. Didn't play in the third place playoff between these two teams earlier this summer. It's not exactly a like-for-like replacement. The pressure will be on him to try and keep his place in the side when Samuel George comes back, as he is the best batsman. At the moment he seems content just to give the strike back to his captain, which is probably the right thing to do. Last ball of the over, 5 runs from it so far. And that'll be 9. A useful boundary.
Well, it's the only way at the moment. They're finding the edge of the bat. Once more, saw that earlier. A first slip would have been interesting. Would have been straight down his throat. But that one too wide for the young John Grimm there, the wicketkeeper. And goes for 4 runs. But we're at a stage now where even the 1 boundary, or even 2 and over, is not enough. Well, something's got to give here, and these 2 batsmen at the moment don't seem to be getting the message. It's got to be all or nothing.
Here's the left armer, Fanyan Mughal, coming back. Wonder if he'll get that late swing across the right-hander that he got in the first over of the innings. The answer is yes. What a great ball. Now, to batsmen who don't use their feet to step to the pitch of the swinging ball, this is superb bowling. They just need to make sure, I think, Martha, that they've got a decent fielder at third man, because I reckon there could be an edge or 2 down there.
Well, yeah, I mean, either that or, well, the money is if you get it in the right areas, the stumps are going to go all over the place. Let's have a look.
Close, actually, to a stumping. Just seem to be so bogged down at the moment. Jayamani deciding the right way to play the ball angled across him is to come down the pitch, move to leg and make room. In truth, I think it's probably not. Better almost to step into line and try and play straight. It's a 2-leg side this time, and he's flicked it away well. What a great piece of fielding! Superb work out there on the boundary from Glenn Tavier. Not the youngest man in the tournament by any means.
Oh, that's wonderful work. 4 runs all the way. I thought for a moment, especially where that ball's racing, but that is fantastic. Look at that. That's commitment for you. And he's not thinking the game is won. He's still saving every run he can.
Quicker, shorter, less swing this time. He's just got enough variation with the arm, hasn't he? Pushing it through a bit quicker to make it very difficult to get him away in the death. When they suddenly got him away earlier on, though, that first over going for 17, 35 off the first 2 overs. Now the score's just 68. How the wheels have come off. That should be a no ball. It is. Just trying to be a bit too clever there and bowl the slower ball.
Yeah, that's one he needs to work on. I mean, when he was on earlier, it was a slower ball that was sent package, wasn't it? It was a massive 6, the biggest of the day. Just gets that one all wrong.
But a low-risk situation to bowl it now if he's going to make it work later in the tournament. It's pretty pressure-free at this time. But now Nair faces the free hit. Oh, again, well, they're going to get 4 wides in addition to the wide that always goes down. So 5 in total. But again, you see there that Nair struggling to pull off that pull.
Yeah, the free hit will stand. So this is still a free hit. Now, just a reminder, I mean, these 2 teams, they'll be watching each other closely here because they are back later on, the last fixture of today, where they play each other. So it'll be interesting what they will learn from each other.
Inside edge this time.
Hold it! Hold it!
does struggle to play to leg.
Great bowling.
Cramping him for room like that is it's a good plan. Just bowling length on his legs or on leg stump.
Yeah, but once again, kid, that was a free hit. If your stumps get knocked over, it don't matter. Should be moving across and trying to get something onto that.
I think he's trying, Rico. It's just not the strongest part of his game, the skipper. .43 off 13, and this is pretty much over as a contest, I think.
Just the one.
Well, he's managed to hit it this time. Only to Tavila out on the boundary. And that concludes the 8th. 76 for 3. And now with Nair still retaining the strike. It's 42 from the last 2 overs, and Nair is 20 off 18. And the way he's been showing his form so far, Rico, I suspect it's beyond him.
Yeah, I mean, Kit, stranger things have happened, as you and I know, as we've been on our travels with the European Cricket Series. We've seen some incredible run chases, and some of them, strangely enough, all started around now, the 9th over. You know, we've had impossible targets reached. So, well, it's not beyond them, but the way, it has to be said, the way that these two are playing and not making contact with the ball, you have to say it's beyond them. Maybe it's, I was saying, I think, with 4 overs to go, a sacrifice needs to be made. Something's got to give. Get a new batsman in. Get somebody else in. We see so many times this sort of situation, a wicket goes with 5 balls to go and a new batsman comes in and smashes 6 after 6, and you think, well, where were you earlier? And if they had made that decision and somebody else come in, we could be looking at a different situation in the match.
He's gone back to the bat that he used to hit the 4 and the 6. Old Faithful has been sent packing. He's timed that nicely, Rahul Nair. Just gets the single out to Tavila. Akhtar holding the 9th over. Nice and tidy first over. Now, after what seems like eternity, Jayamali finally gets a sniff of the bowling again. It's been tough for John Grimmer down the leg side. It's a lovely keeper. When the bowlers have strayed, they've strayed considerably.
He's done well because it was a wide ball, and by getting across and getting a glove to it, he's certainly saved his team 4 runs. That was going to go all the way down.
This plan to Nair is still paying off on the whole. Only costs you a single now and then to bowl at his pads. These seamers now all seem to have worked it out. Mughal has captained the side very well in the field. And finally the leg side shot has seen the downfall of Nair. He's struggled so much with it all game. He could do no more on this occasion than steer the ball onto his own wicket and give Akhtar his first pole of the tournament.
Yeah, this was the way he thought he was going to go. He wasn't getting on there. He's only picked up on the 1, which he hit for quite a big 6. Other than that, anything full onto his legs, he struggled. And finally, well, onto the pads, onto his stumps. And he's on his way.
Now I would say it's got to be Renal Paul now, surely, of all the remaining hitters. But it isn't. It's Shijil Joy. Now that's extraordinary. Didn't score a run in the whole of the T20 tournament this summer. Pretty much the number 11 of the team. Number 10, number 11, left-hander. Is this an act of great misplaced optimism or merest surrender?
Well, it could be that they're thinking about the next match already. Maybe they've accepted that this one is beyond them, so give some of the other batsmen who probably won't feature in that game higher up the order, give them a bat, give them a game.
That's just nonsense. What about they got middle order? Piostin and Thomas, Paul. They'll be sitting thinking, well, why didn't I get a go? That's a fun shot.
He gets a run.
I want to see this again because for a ball that trickles to point for a single, this is an almighty hit. He's certainly entertaining. To tail ender coming in at number 6, well, it's every tail ender's joy.
Get it in.
Jayamali,
Left-hander.
unfortunately for our entertainment, it's only going to give Shijil Joy 1 ball to face here at the end of the over. Let's hope he can retain the strike and try and hit 36. If he gets a single here, they're going to need 36 off the last over. Nearly swung himself off his feet. And, well, the tail ender, Shijil Joy's attempt to hit a single there has failed, which means that he can't retain the strike and can't try and hit 6 sixes to win the game off the last over, which I think cricket is all the poorer for it. But a very good penultimate over of the innings from Nosha Akhtar. Just 5 runs from it and the wicket of the captain. And so there will be 37 to win from the last.
So Wasim, the bowler, bowled the second over.
And there is another one. Not really any sort of shot there. Little off-cutter back into Jayamali, and his rather indifferent innings has come to an end. It's all over, bar the shouting. Msida are 5 down.
Yeah, good ball that was. I mean, it's started outside the off stump and then coming in. Was a really nothing shot. It's all trying to happen too late here for Imitsa. Remember, won the toss. And they put Marsa in, and Marsa, well, towards the end of their innings, really piled on the runs. They did what Imitsa Warriors haven't been able to do. They started well, and when the spin came on, the runs dried up.
So here is Renil Paul. So rather more capable batsman, and at least one who has gone before. Perhaps he just had his trousers down inside the pavilion at the precise moment when the previous wicket fell, but for what it's worth, he's off the mark. And here is Shijil Joy back on strike again. 4 balls to play with. Oh dear! Oh, that was coming, wasn't it? What a strange decision to send in your rabbit at number 6. I don't know what we make of that, but well, he was caught in the headlights and then shot. He's gone. Well, nice shot, looked good. Pity about where the ball was, and that's the end of Shijil Joy. Now it's 6 down and still 3 balls left to go.
But he was sent in to give us a little bit of joy, I think, and from his first shot he certainly did. Gave us something to have a laugh at. But he's come out there with the right thing, he's come out there with the intent to try and hit the ball. It was an impossible task for him at the end. But, well, if he had hit a few big sixes, who knows?
We're back to the real batsman again now, Akil Piostin. Be accustomed to coming in as low as 8, and there's nothing he can do from here. His leave there, almost in a perverse way, an act of defiance of the position that his team has got into. 36 of the last 2. That's right. Don't get yourself out, Akil. Spoil your average for the sake of a mess. So he's going to finish with at least a red inker for one run, and that we will see more of Piostin later in the tournament. And the last ball now to be faced by Renal Paul. And a dot. Oh, absolutely clinical in the end from Marsa. They've run it by a margin of 34 runs, which is going to do great things for their net run rate in the table. 83 for 6. The Warriors finish.
Yeah, you can see there why the captain, Rahul, when I was talking to him, wanted to restrict Marsa to around the 90 mark. And if they were able to do that, this would have been much more of a contest. It would have been a closer match. Marsa didn't want to play that ball. They had different things in their mind as they set 117 for 3. As we will be watching some of those highlights of an exciting, interesting game.
What a fright it was initially. Justin George absolutely terrified them with 26 from 10 balls. That only false shot during his innings was that inside edge, and even that went for 4. And offside, leg side, he just treated all comers the same. And Tito Thomas, 7-ball duck for him at the other end, an opening partnership of 35. Haroon Mughal brought himself onto bowl and took 2 wickets, including that extraordinary dismissal which sawed George off just when he was going great guns. Then Divej Kumar was dismissed by Siddharth Anand. Suddenly the spinners were creating all sorts of problems. Just for a moment it looked as though Captain Rahul Nair was going to manage to keep the momentum going. He hit the 6 early in his innings, then changed his bat, and he struggled thereafter. He was bowled by Nosher Akhtar, who proved himself a very good death bowler, and then Wasim Abbas got rid of Rajesh Jayamali and the unusually promoted tailender Shahil Joy, who came in at number 6. The whole collapsed in its entirety, 35 for 1 down to 82 for 6. And you can see, well, really there, it was a tale of just one batsman, Justin George, and when he gets going properly in this tournament, he's going to be fantastic to watch. He really can hit some immense shots. Rahul Nair, the only other player in double figures, but really he couldn't make anything of the bowling. Once he changed his bat, he barely middled another one. Changed it back again towards the end of his innings, but then it was too late. But all the bowlers, this really neat and tidy quintet, they've got everything they need to go far in the tournament with the ball. Marsa, 2 good spinners, Haroon Mughal and Anand, came on at just the right time to slow things down. And those 3 complementary seamers, all in their varying styles. Mughal, the swinger, Abbas, the Yorker man, and Akhtar, the accurate bowler at the death. We'll see more of them in the tournament to come. But in truth, well, it was very one-sided in the end. Were it not for Justin George, it would have been a complete do-over. So Marsa have got their 2 points, and that moves them into 2nd place in the table, and, in a decent position to match the Southern Crusaders at the top. If they win this reprised fixture this afternoon. Of course, these 2 teams will face off again later today. Warriors, well, they're off to the same start that the overseas were off to as well. And they really need Samuel George back, and they need him back really very urgently. Well, the tournament at least has got underway after this morning's washout. And, well, it's been successful for the team playing on their home ground. Quite a few candidates for man of the match. All of the Marsa bowlers performed well. And, we now go over to Rico Full, who will announce the decision for that accolade.
Well, there you have it. Marsa show their intent in this European Cricket Series in Malta. Well, I was told yesterday that today would be different. There'll be a few fireworks, a few more bulles than there was. And thanks to the man next to me, the captain, Haroon Mughal, who is our player of the match. Congratulations. Now, when we were talking yesterday, you promised me that your team had some good batsmen and some big hitters. But in the end, you did a bit of big hitting yourself, scoring 17 there at the end of 6 balls to get your team to a good total.
Since it's a T10 and very short format actually, and there was no other option just to swing the bats actually, and that's what we did. And we planned like that to have and go and just start swinging the bat, and that's.
Yeah, I mean, when yourself and Faroon were in there, Faroon Mughal, the two of you hit runs quickly, and that's what T10 is all about, right?
That's what T10 is all about. You don't have, chance to just waste the balls and just go and start swinging the bat. That's all. And if you click, then you click. Otherwise there are plenty of batsmen behind you, so you have to go.
Absolutely. I mean, you talk about if you click. I mean, the Midsa Warriors, to their credit, started very well. They took your opening bowlers apart a little bit in those first 2 overs. I mean, inside that power play, they were 35 of 2 overs. Then you decided to take the pace off the ball, which I think is a good idea. We've seen that already, and that worked like a treat. And you took 2 wickets for 15. So not only were you scoring good runs, 2 wickets, and those 2 performances giving you this player of the match. But was that something that was always planned, or was it because they got off to a good start?
No, we actually had a plan to keep the pace bowlers on in the power play actually, but since they had a really good start, and we thought to have spinners on, and we decided to have a chance with the spinners actually, and that clicked and that worked. So we are glad that we came back and we fought back for the game. They played really well. They had a very great start. That's how you have to play in the power play, and they used it quite nicely. Spinner is because the wicket is quite wet and the ball was not coming on the bat, so it was staying low and skidding. But at the other end, you have a power play. You cannot have more than 2 players, fielders outside the circle, and you have to think about that. If they will start swinging, ball can go anywhere, so it can go for boundary. So these are quite short boundaries. So yeah, spinner was the risky option, but it worked.
I mean, you'll have it all to do again, because the last match again you play each other. Hopefully you'll be hoping for the same result again and have your claim to be sitting top of the standings at the end of the day.
Yes, we will keep the momentum and same, and hopefully the weather will help us because the clouds are around. Hopefully we will have a second game as well today.
Yeah, well, congratulations to you, Haroon, and congratulations to your team. Masa, great start. Well, there you have it. So Masa off to a winning start. And remember, we've got a match coming up with you at 12:30, and it's, the American University of Malta versus Atlas UTC Knights Cricket Club. The match that was abandoned earlier today because of the weather. Hopefully the rain will stay away, and we'll have that up for you next. It's going to be an exciting contest. Don't miss it. We're looking forward to it.
Merhaba Malta. Welcome to Malta.
Welcome back to the Master Sports Ground here in Valletta, the capital of Malta, for our next European Cricket Series game. This one pitches two teams together who should have played this morning, but the outfield was too wet and the match was abandoned. And it's their, if you like, return fixture. The American University of Malta and the champions of Malta's domestic 2020, the unbeaten Knights. And we're now going to go over to Stefan Gooch for the coin toss.
Welcome back, European cricket fans, to beautiful Malta for match number 5 of this tournament. We've got the Atlas UTC Knights versus the American University of Malta. Their game this morning was rained off, so they'll be very keen to get out there and show us what they got. So let's toss the coin. Rob Kemming, as usual, our tournament ref, to provide the coin. The American University of Malta is a home team, so you'll toss. Heads the call.
And it's tails.
Tails. All right, so you won the toss, my friend. What are you going to do?
We're gonna bat first
Bat first. Okay, why are you thinking to bat first?
because we saw the pitch is now dry, and the ground is a little bit good, so it's ready to play with the batting first.
And so what's your batting side like?
It's normal because our openers are really ready to play with it, so it's good too.
So who are the batsmen that we should be watching in this innings?
Today, maybe the Shanish Kumar and our openers are really good today. We are well prepared for today's match.
Excellent. Good luck. Have a good game. All right, mate. So you're in the field.
Yes.
How do you feel about that?
We need to do the fielding. We have a decent bowling attack, so I think we can restrict them below 100 runs. So now this is the first top rated game, 117 today. We will restrict them below 100. Okay.
Okay, so who are the bowlers that we should be watching in your team?
We have a lot of, I think, 7 seamers in my team. Even I'm a bowler as well. So hopefully there is Bose Paul and Justin Shaju. They will be quick and will get good off seams. And even Asif Shah is a good economical bowler. So hopefully we will do our best.
Good stuff. Good luck. Cheers, mate. The American University of Malta have won the toss and they're having a hit.
Thanks, Stefan. You heard it. 7 seamers. May sound strange, but that is the way that the Knights won every single game in the Maltese domestic summer, turning out to be the 2020 domestic champions. They've already missed out on a point in the University match this morning, abandoned, so 1 point each. University with the bat, well, it's a bit of a pickle for them already. Not only that abandonment, but those 4 key players, Rajapati, Chauhan, Panatkar and Butt, all quarantined in the current pandemic. And we've heard since this morning's game that the captain Jitesh Patel is not able to play, so there are 5 debutants in the University side. The striker is Amandeep Ralhan. That first ball, it's a marginal wide, shall we say there. first of the 7 seamers into the attack is the captain, Sujesh Apu himself. Amandeep Ralhan, he didn't score a lot of runs this summer, but he did score them at more than a run a ball. He is the regular opener. And he's taken the aerial route, which is very smart, and the ball's just bounced inside the line for 4. Gorgeously done. Just look how the ball was very full from Apu, floated up outside off stump, and no more than a flick of the wrists through the line, and Ralhan is underway. Your European Cricket Network commentators, me, Kit Harris, and alongside me, Rico Full.
Yes, welcome everybody.
He's got something on that as well, and he's pierced the gap. Should just be a couple here. Nice and quick between the wickets, as you would expect students to be. And I suppose one thing, Rico, that counts in favour of this decimated university team is that they do at least have the regular openers together.
Yes, and and the thing is, they're not showing any signs of holding back. We've seen some nice fluent shots. A lovely shot there for the first boundary. Just be wanting to build a good innings here. That's what it's all about.
It's the middle order that the power's been plucked out of by the pandemic. Up in the air again, once more safe. Adventure is favouring the undergraduates at the moment. It's a neat start through the offside by Ralhan. A 4 and a 2 and a single. And that brings his partner Sanish Kumar onto strike. Very even bowling attack, led by the captain here. Good slower Yorker, right on the popping crease. No obvious weak link amongst the seeming septet that Knights put out. Just the one genuine variation, the left arm of Basil George. I wonder if they'll pick 5 to dominate or give all 7 an over or so. Has got overcast here in the last half an hour. It's just touching the line there, Rico.
Yeah, just borderline. And it's every run is being cheered here, whether it's a single or a boundary, by the American University of Malta players. So they're up for this.
Umpire's going to give that as well, and the reason they're up for it is, I don't know quite how to put this, but if you were being purely mathematical and technical about it, you could say, in a way, they're lucky to be here, because the seedings for this tournament are sort of based on the 2020 domestic league that happened in the summer. And well, you've got the champions, led by this man, the Knights in the field, and then the 2 losing semi-finalists are here. If you've seen the game that preceded this, you'll have seen Marsa and Warriors battling it out. And the 2 teams who came 3rd in their groups are also here. That's Crusaders and Overseas, but that just leaves the runner-up, the losing finalists, Super Kings. Oh, where are they? Well, for one reason or another, by hook or by crook, they're not in the tournament. They haven't been able to get a side into the tournament. So the 6th invitation has been sent out to the university students. And they came 4th in their group. So the top 3 in each group, semi-finalists, are all here apart from the runners-up Super Kings. And so we go down to university students, and so far they're having a good time of it this first over, as we've seen 4 wides from Apu's opening spell. And it's not a great shot. Not quite convinced that Kumar is ready to face bowling in November. But nevertheless, the students have got through their first over of this power play, and they are 12 without loss.
Yeah, I think that one surprised him because it wasn't a wide ball. It was one that was wicket to wicket, and he seemed a little bit surprised. But just very much swinging and missing at the moment. There didn't seem to be any real shots being played.
You're going to be brutal about it. You say that Apu, being one of 7 bowlers and the captain, having bowled 5 separate wides in his first over, would decide that he had plenty enough in the armoury not to bowl himself a second over. But you never can tell with captains.
No, never can. I mean, they are also, the university, a relatively new team, aren't they? They've been, I think, around for about 7 or 8 months. A team that started, I think, playing mainly tape ball. So, yeah, they'll enjoy their time here, and we'll enjoy having them here. I'm sure they are going to have some fun. So we're going to have some entertainment from them as well.
Here is Justin Shaju to share the new ball with his captain. Short ball straight away though, that's his loosener. And Rauhan, we're rather liking the look of him. He started with a 4 in over 1 through the offside. Now he's gone behind square on the leg. Just economy of movement there, didn't try and hit it too hard. Waited for the ball and just guided it. No need to keep it down. Shaju just dropping a bit short. He bowls off cutters. He's a seamer, will get the ball to come into the right-handed batsman. As you can see, I'm not altogether convinced that the slip is necessary given that. Rico, what do you make of that?
Well, it's one of those, isn't it? You're looking at where he's standing and say, right, okay, is he slip? He's probably, for me, too far back, so it's more in a almost like a fly slip. But
this is even crazier. You put the slip in, you're bowling off cutters, the slip now goes wider and the bowler goes right arm round to a right-hander. Straight. Well, it's a great ball though, whatever it was, it worked. He bowled an off cutter, then another one, and now he's managed to get late in swing. Check this one out.
This was a beauty, absolute beauty. Absolutely started to make room for himself, the batsman, to play outside the off stump, looking at the line that ball was coming, and then came right back into him. So Amandeep Ralhan will have to keep an eye on this ball, not predict too many shots.
Yep, that's what the slip's there for, backing up the keeper for the one that's angled across. It's so difficult for a bowler in the T10 format to decide whether to go with the same ball twice or whether to keep varying it all the time. 2 very contrasting balls certainly from Shaju, these last 2. There's the in-swinger again, that seems to be the one that works, but a little under edge from Ralhan. Tried to cut it. Got something on it, and he cedes the strike to Kumar again.
I think he played that well. He knew it was going to come. I think he picked it, got into position, guided it down there. I think it's going to be the case of that one wide outside the off stump, slightly shorter ball, and then that one coming in to the right-hander.
What's Kumar got? Ball swinging in. Yes, he's not quite as capable a batsman as Ralhan, and when the ball's coming back into him, he kind of gets a bit cramped up there. It's the second time that he's been cut in half by a ball moving back to him. But once he gets his eye in, Kumar, he can hit some big shots. He actually has the highest strike rate. You might not be able to tell from now, but maybe more from that one. Whipped neatly across the line off the meat of the bat for 4.
Yeah, it's like, to me, one of those batsmen where if it's in that slot there, he's going to get bat onto ball and send it to the boundary. And I think it's a case of getting a smart bowler who can get the ball in the right area to him, starting maybe outside the off, coming in onto middle. That's going to get him because he's not protecting that area of his stumps at all. In the arc, he's going to have a go.
2 overs down. 10 off the second over, 22 without loss for the university team. Now, a strong captain here would decide that he wasn't going to bowl himself the second over, having bowled those 5 wides in the first. But, that's exactly what Apu has decided to do. He's brought in Boza Paul, top wicket taker among these 7-seamers from the 2020 summer. Big booming outswing, but only after it had passed the bat. So far, the Knights are really being quite profligate with the wides. We've only had 2 legal overs, and already that's the 7th wide ball. There's 7 wides and 12 legal balls. It's quite an exchange rate. They haven't played for at least 2 or 3 months, these guys. That's a harsh call for a wide again, and Paul knows it, but the umpire's not letting them get away with even feathering that marker line.
Yeah, went for the shorter ball there, short outside the off stump. They seem to be targeting that area, all these bowlers. There doesn't seem to be, in fairness, any shots so far of any merit played on the offside.
It's going to wide that again, is umpire Stefan Kuch. It's very, very commonplace in when teams make their debut in European Cricket Series games all over the continent. You get these right-arm bowlers bowling wide of the crease, around the wicket to a right-hander. I dare say they're surprised by the number of wides that come out.
Well, he had no idea where that went, the batsman.
Well, it was the non-striker's call to come through for the single, and he did call. I think there probably was a single if they'd set off quickly, but Ralhan was caught ball watching there. That's the ball he's trying to bowl. Angled across the bat, too wide to hit. And that's why the slip's there, in case there is a thick edge on it. But well, it's worked that ball, but he has had to do it 5 times in order to get it to come off. I'm not sure it's worth the cost.
Yeah, it's interesting that Ralhan hasn't also changed or checked his guard. Look where he's standing. He knows where this ball is going to go.
He's middled that, but there is a fielder under it who waits and catches it very nicely. Just a little in off the line, and that's been deftly done by Basil George. First wicket goes down, and Ralhan, having looked capable, has been sawn off.
Yeah, I mean, he'll watch this again. I mean, you saw the blade of the bat. It was always up. This ball was only going to go in the air if catchable. Once more, what I was saying there before that delivery, he's standing, guard outside the leg stump. He knows that the bowler's firing this across him. Just needed to check his guard, go maybe take middle guard, and then he's getting in the right position with those shots and getting all the weight and balance into it, which would have probably taken it over the fielder, but instead he perishes. He now has to think about that before his next game.
Well,
very wide down the leg side. That wicketkeeper did well. And this is another problem here, because there's so many wides being bowled. All of a sudden, the captain is thinking about how you can patrol the area behind the wicketkeeper, Tariq Shah. He's got a number of people there for bad balls.
There it goes again. It's not working. It's a nice strategy, but you do have to be able to execute, and that's the 4th wide in the over.
I mean, when you think of where he's coming and what he's bowling, surely he's got to be thinking, right, if I'm bowling now over the wicket and you're doing the same thing, the ball is naturally going to go in and swing away, but doesn't seem to be wanting to do that.
It's made it work again, but it's funny, isn't it? Because if you are doing things which you just don't see in professional cricket on television, and you say, well, people don't bowl like this, it's not an approach that's widely used, and you're doing it, you can only ever be one or two things. You can either be a genius or a touch naive. Down the ground, just bunted.
Yeah, one of the other things he's doing there, Kid, of course, once he's delivering, he's running. For me, he looks like extremely close to running into the protected area there, right in front of umpire Leslie Gooch.
We're still not going to see. Oh, there could be a run out at the non-strikers end. It's, well, we'll say, well done for the backing up. But, on and on it goes.
Well, we've had now 2 overs, 2 extra
Two
overs.
overs of wides.
2 overs of wides. That was the 12th one.
And no double wides or anything, all separate balls. There's another 13 wides now. We're still trying to get the last ball of the 3rd over.
I think we might need to get some of that magic spray out for the umpires. The arms are starting to...
He's doing it. He's finally switched to right arm over. But, still the wide, get the outswing.
Well, this is painful sometimes to see. I mean, as a bowler myself, you do go through phases sometimes where everything you try just doesn't seem to be going right. And of course, it's been watched globally around the world. He'd be feeling that as well. Just got to try and clear his mind. Getting some good support there. Fielder giving the ball and say, look, don't worry about it. Come on.
Yeah, it's got the wicket, of course, for the family album. But a nice straight ball there. The direct hit would have made it interesting. But at last, the over has come to an end, and well, what an over it was. Do you know there wasn't a single run off the bat in that over? There were 8 runs, just count them, 8 runs, all wides. That over has gone wide, 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 dot, dot, wicket, wide, wide, dot, dot, wide, 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 wicket. 14 balls in the over. Quite remarkable. Power play is done though, and it's 30 for 1.
So, as the bowler there, so what Boz Paul could say, he said, I was bowling so well, they couldn't even hit it. They couldn't get bat onto ball that I was so good.
Now, no Prajapati, no Chauhan, no Patanka, the entire middle order, 3, 4 and 5, is quarantined. So here is the first of the debutants. This is Deepak Singh, thrown in at the deep end. Last minute call up to the squad that's been ruined by the regulations. And, well, he's gone for a big hit there, but I think you see the general idea. Very raw looking batsman, but quite frankly, to be called up in this situation, I don't believe that any of the university players have got COVID-19. They're being watched and quarantined, but Deepak Singh to come in this situation against the champions of Malta and bat at number 3, well, quite frankly, hats off to him.
He's got to stand his ground, hasn't he? He's falling away and having a swing. He's probably going to have more of a success rate if he stands still and has a swipe. I mean, he's got 2 men straight just waiting for him to make contact with those.
Well, good stance. Good position. But he's not quite there with the shots, is he? And that was a good ball as well. This is Nitin Babu, the 4th bowler, the next cab off the rank in terms of the team's many seamers. Another purveyor of the outswing.
Yeah,
He's not reading the script very well so far, Nitin Babu, because he's bowled 3 balls and hasn't sent down a wide yet.
Well, I mean, the conditions now, it's got quite overcast, bit of cloud cover. So if there was movement before, it's going to move even more. These Kookaburra balls don't like going in a straight line, especially with the seamers. And you saw very late movement there from Babu's last ball.
Ah, there we go. He's joined the club. Lovely outswing. But in this situation, you want this wicket. I mean, you know, I'm not going to pretend otherwise. I'm really rooting for Deepak Singh to get a run or 2. in this situation. I'm delighted he's playing, but surely as the bowler, you want the wicket, you bowl straight and put your fingers across the seam. Oh, well done, there we go. Actually, nice shot. Got chest onto the ball. Played it across the line, tucked it away off his legs, and Deepak Singh, on debut, has got his first televised run. Well done, sir.
Yeah, he just casually walked down the wicket there, didn't he? And then just guided that down onto the onside and took a single. Gets off the mark. Well done to him.
It's Kumar back on strike. What a great ball. Straightening, angled in and just moved away enough to beat the bat. You really would have to be a very good batsman indeed to be able to get bat on ball there.
It was a peach of a delivery. That's the areas you want to be bowling, just short of a length. Not a lot the batsman could do about that.
Well, he's looked the best of the bowlers so far. It's Babu, bunted down the ground. Quite a lot of toe on that, I think, quite low down on the bat. Bit of a hand warmer on the bat handle for Kumar. But he's managed to keep the strike, which is a smart thing to do, and Deepak Singh's job here will be, as far as possible, to try and get bat on ball and just give the strike back to his senior man. 4 overs now gone, 33 for 1. Bit of a slow down since Ralhan went. That was a tidy over. Just 3 runs from it and only the 1 wide. Babu should be good for another over. And now we have Eldos Matthew. Next of the seamers. Tall man. A little bit quicker over mid-wicket's head. And, well, Kumar's got the run there. Brings Singh back on strike. All this fast and straight. If I were Matthew. But, no, he's decided to join the wide club. That's all 5 of them in the caboose now together. The thing that's going to come into play, surely, Rico, is 5 penalty runs for overs not completed by the cut-off time.
Yeah, I mean, just a reminder, I mean, they've got the fielding team. I mean, umpires will take consideration of other delays. We'll just see this delivery here. Swing and a miss. But yeah, I mean, the 9th over, so the 10th over has to start in 40 minutes of playtime now.
So that is 10 past the hour, or 22 the hour if you're in India.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and of course the umpires will take calculations into any delays other than those that can be prevented. So the more wides you bowl, and you have to bowl the ball again. Well, the batsman being a bit naughty there, trying to signal, and the umpire saying,
Score
I'm
your
the
own
man
run.
in black. Yeah.
Score your own runs.
He's saying, you see that thing in your hand? It's called a bat. You've got to use it.
He is trying to use it.
He's trying. He's giving it a good old swoosh, but not making contact. So yeah, I mean, all these extras and balls you've got to bowl again eats into your time.
That's a nice shot. Good shot for 1. When he stays still, Singh doesn't try and hit himself off his feet. Just tries to retain a bit of balance. Lets the bat do the work. He's played 2 nice shots for singles.
Yeah, I mean, he's not doing any harm really at the moment to the Knights. So, strike rate is... Oh, that is very wide.
And that's the first time, amazingly, that we're actually going to get a bonus wide because the batsmen have been able to run. The widest of them all. Does that bring us up to 3 complete overs of wide balls, Rico?
We can't be far from it.
17th wide, I believe that was. But 18 wides in total now once you include the one they just ran. Is he just staying still, getting into line? Suddenly Deepak Singh has got himself to 3. There's one ball left in the over. Kumar's on strike.
Of course, when we're talking about 17 wides, the score is only 38, so half the runs
chunk,
have been, yeah, they've just been gifted.
You've chosen wides in your Dream 11 team. You're having a good day. And that at last concludes the over. 25 minutes to bowl the first half of the innings, and that means that they've got 15 minutes to bowl the next 5 overs before they start bringing in penalty runs. Halfway through, and University are 40 for 1.
40 for 1, halfway stage. Well, they've got to be looking now to say, okay, if we carry on at that pace, thanked by, well, a few more extras, and we can get a few boundaries, because it's all very ticky-taka here. Very little boom, boom, boom.
It is very ticky-taka, isn't it?
I mean, we've had just 2 fours, Amandeep hitting both of those, and then one from Suresh. But to be fair, they're finding it difficult to get to the balls, aren't they, really?
Yeah.
The odd ball, and sometimes we said this earlier, when you get loads of extras being bowled, as a batsman, it breaks your concentration. You're looking to play, you take your guard, you're looking to play shots, and then the balls are wide. Getting a bit frustrated, and then when you do get a good ball or a legal delivery, you throw everything at it and play a rash shot. Now, we're seeing what a lot of bowlers do, deciding that maybe if I come round the wicket, it may help my cause.
Yes, there's not a lot of evidence for that hypothesis. Actually, in fairness, it was a good ball because it was well within the line, angled across. He's the one bowler who has consistently found the mark at Nitin Babu.
Deepak Singh. Well, credit to him. Trying to get his feet in the right place and play that out through the gap. Over to the cover area. Didn't really get a good... Didn't really get the bat high enough, and a good follow through in there.
If you look at your bowling scorecard now, you'll see something quite remarkable. After their first overs, the bowlers' runs conceded on that scorecard are 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. I do love statistical curiosity like that, Rico, I confess it. And there's lots of stats to be seen. If you go on your web browser to ecn.cricket, you've not only got all these bits of video and highlights and previews that we put together for you, but a whole trove of statistics, stats going right back through every European cricket series of this continental summer.
Oh, it's swing and miss and swing and miss. Trying to hit the ball so hard, he's probably better off. We know he can play shots. He does have a good eye, because when the ball's looks like it's going to beat him and go through to his stumps, he manages to get back on the ball. Just needs to calm down, slow down, and just say, right, I'm just going to play. Just try and time the balls rather than hit it for miles.
Yeah, he just needs to stay still.
And that one, maybe, that's the ones he needs to be flashing at. He's got fielders in very close there on that side, sort of the backward point area. Flash at those hard, and they're going to go over the top and find the boundary, because third man is very fine as well. So it's that time of the game now where you're going to have a swing, got to swing hard, try and get something on the ball. Let's hit this straight. 2 men will come across. Get the throw in. Keep him to a single.
It's the most convincing of Singh's shots so far, but has retained him the strike. The University, you know, the scoring rate has slowed right down. Just 3 runs off the over, 2 of them the inevitable wides, but they are, you know, they are trying to hit the ball hard. It's just a real challenge for them at the moment, because their side is half their side is under medical review. Anyway, 43 off 6.
And we got Matthews coming back. He's going to complete his spell. To over the wicket, but once more struggling.
That is the 20th separate wide ball. 21 wides on the board in total. Well, you start to run out of things to say about it, don't you? Because it must be possible to attempt to bowl at the batsman's pads and let the swing take it away, but there come a point when the captain just, well, clearly there doesn't come a point. We've answered that question, haven't we? But bowl across the seam.
Well, that's one way to do it. Just bang it in. Ooh, and nearly in the process of retrieving the ball of his own bowling, nearly slide tackles a fielder to the floor. Yeah, that was better. Banged it in. But also they're quite short. If you notice, the balls that are short are swinging away even more. So it's a case of pitching it up as well. Pitch it up. And the follow through. A lot of the bowlers are breaking away from the follow through far too early. That's better.
Oh, well, that does surprise me. We do have a stump microphone here, and on the replay, if we turn the volume right up, we might be able to hear if there was a click. Umpire Gooch was sure there was, and he is nearer to the action than we are. Yeah, there was a little click there.
Bit of sound.
Well, I think there was a click there. I wonder if we can see it we can see that just one more time with as much sound as possible on the replay. Let's see if we can hear a click. No. And the seam was completely straight all the way down. As the ball passed the bat there, the seam didn't wobble at all or anything.
Yeah, difficult one that, because of course the ball is naturally moving and swinging away. So the umpire thinking and deciding that the ball did hit the toe, perhaps. But at the end of the day, seeing the decision given, batsman has gone back. So Sanish Kumar had to go. Deepak Singh still there and still, well, he's had 15 balls for his 5. He's been joined now by Zuhaib Malik.
The stand-in captain. Yeah, Zuhaib Malik probably in a lot later than he would have liked at number 4. He's one of the regulars. I dare say he's slightly wishing that he might have come in at 3.
That's a better ball.
Becalmed at the non-striker's end though, and seeing hit swing and miss over and over. Malik wanted to give his debutants a chance, but he also wants to put some sort of score on the board. Strike rate of 127, but he's not getting the strike.
Deepak. Oh, good work for the keeper there, stopping some certain overthrows. Shah diving to his left. Deepak wanted to take that cheeky single again, but at this stage he needs to be thinking about hitting big. I mean, the other thing here, it's only 2 wickets down. You've got other batsmen there. Okay, I know that the side is missing some of your key players, but have a swing, have some fun, and if it don't work out, let somebody else have a go. He's played that quite well. He's aimed towards that gap. Oh, that's nicely played. Good shot. Found the gap in between the 2 fielders. 4 runs. Nicely done.
If you hadn't seen Deepak Singh playing earlier in his innings, you would say he's a perfectly decent top-order batsman who plays regularly. Nice footwork, good shuffle down, presenting the full blade of the bat to it. Not only has he hit 4, but he's hit 4 off the last ball of the over. So that'll give him something to treasure when he looks at the video later on.
Yes, indeed. And well, the 50 has come up with that boundary. 51. 2 wickets down at the end of the 7th. And well, the batsman deciding he doesn't need his helmet anymore, and 12th man needs to come across, do
This-
a change.
Sorry, Rico, I was going to say it's the 6th seamer of the 7 available to the Knights. Basil George. Swashbuckling batsman of the first water. Now he gets a chance to turn his arm over, and when he nearly gets in the wide action as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's so much swing out there today, and it just makes you think, doesn't it, kid? If you had one of those bowlers that could just get it up a bit fuller, it'd be unplayable. That one he's tossed up, got away with it, and that probably would have been a wide ball.
Yep, he's done well to hit that. Standing captain Malik. And
Well, this could be several extras. Oh, it's all happening. Andre, Iwaiba. Que pasa? Unbelievable. Bit of fun and games. Chal mere bhai, chal mere hati. I don't know what's going on there apart from sheer entertainment. At the end of all that, I think it stayed as 2 runs, or did it get 3?
Yeah, they've got the 3rd, would you believe?
That's good length from George. The right areas batsman, probably a little bit too close to him to be trying to play the cut shot. Be one that you want to paddle down to 3rd. That one will be wide.
There it is. 7 seamers used so far, and they've all bowled one. We now have 24 wides on the board. I misspoke, Rico. We now have 25 wides on the board from a total of 24 wide deliveries. So this innings is now going to be at least 14 overs long in terms of balls bowled.
That's well bowled. Just popped up on him. Well, pretty soon I would think the men in black will be having a chat about time. Les White and Stefan Gooch.
Yeah, they've got to start the 10th over in the next 3 minutes. Well, if they can start the 8th over in the next 3 minutes, well, they're in the 8th over. If they can bowl 8 overs in the next 10 minutes, their penalty will be 5 for the next 3 minutes. Sorry, I'm all over this, aren't I?
Well, that's not very good there from Zohaib Malik. He's just planted his feet, just having a swing. Just got to get to the pitch of the ball. It's an experienced campaigner. It's in a situation here where he needs to get bat onto ball, score runs. Well, the last thing he would have wanted there for himself and for his team was to play out 2 dot balls and then have Deepak Singh back on strike. But then having said that, Deepak, well, he has got to double figures. He's on 10 of 20 balls faced.
Here's the 7th seamer.
Yeah, just look at that from Deepak. He's absolutely right for me here. That ball's gone through him. It's gone through the wicket keeper. That should have been a single. The non-striker there, Zohaib, should have been down the other end. He hasn't moved, and well, I know that they've had a lot of charity runs, but you've got to try and make some yourself as well.
Good ball. Keep an eye on it. There's take the single. Well, there's 2 good chances for a run out there. Well, if the keeper does it on his own without a fielder helping him, it goes down as a stumping.
There we go. Oh, he's got a little bit on that, but his 3rd man is back there. 1 more to the total. Asif Shah. Well bowled from him.
I'm starting to get worried that Asif Shah isn't going to bowl a wide. I feel it would really let down all cricket stats and curiosities fans if he were the only one of the septet not to send one down. Ah, thank goodness for that. I feel much better now, Rico.
You feel better. You did the thing us commentators do. We say things about some players and, you know, he's a great pair of hands, or the wicket keepers let no byes go, or this batsman's one to watch, and he's out the next ball. Well, there, Kit turned it onto the wides and it worked. Basically saying, well, it's a good bowler, hasn't bowled any wides, never bowls wides and gets the wide. Well done, Kit. Commentator's curse.
Well, I was expressing a hope that he did bowl one. More, yeah, not sure it's a curse so much as just a little temptation of providence.
Oh, it should be a run out here. Very easy in the end. Yes, it is. And in the end, Deepak decided that he should perhaps sacrifice himself. He had not moved, and I think he, for me, was in the right. This one wasn't a single. He hit it straight to the fielder. You had Zohaib Malik halfway down the wicket, and in the end, well, we're telling him to go back, and he's saying, no, you go.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So there's going to have to be a few exchanges there afterwards, and a few drinks and lunches being bought for Deepak Singh by Zohaib Malik. He hasn't run well, to be fair, Zohaib. There's been a few runs, or more than a few singles he hasn't taken. I mean, it's not singles really, they need boundaries, but they all help.
Here's another new guy, Ravi Paul. Second debutant to come out into the middle, and the bat sounded a bit clicky there, didn't it?
Yeah, we're into this now, the last over. 60. 3 wickets down.
It's not a bad score in the circumstances.
But, well, okay. Well, the thing is you've only just lost your 3rd wicket, and it's one of those where I think, well, okay, if it's a low-scoring game, then really batsmen have to, well, it almost sounds like I'm saying you have to try and get out, but you've got to try and play shots, take a risk. You've got plenty more to come in, and if one of those can click, or if one of them has a little bit of luck in this T10 format, it can make all the difference. We saw that towards the end of the last match when Marsa were batting. The batsman came in, gave it a tonk, had a bit of luck along the way. But here, the American University of Malta haven't given themselves that option. And if it wasn't for that, the heap of runs that's come from the extras, 27 extras. I mean, if you took that away from this 60, well, you know what you're looking at there. So no one's really clicked here. And what was interesting in the game that got abandoned because of the outfield was quite dangerous in the morning. They did want to bat first. They had lost the toss. The game didn't take place, but the toss was done. And one thing that American University was saying, oh, you know, we're disappointed we lost the toss because we would have batted. And, well, we just got information coming through that indeed, because of time, 5 penalty runs have been awarded to the batting side. So American University of Malta will get 5 more added to their total.
You get 5 runs for every over that isn't started by the passing of 40 minutes. And they're lucky to get away with just the 1 over penalty. Going for an appeal there. No, that should be a wide. He hasn't hit it. Indeed it is. Just getting up towards a target of 70 here, which, well, would need a 4 to be hit here for a target that scale. But it's not a desperate total.
Well, he's middled one. Is it going straight to the fielder? Oh, he's done a great job there. A great snatch in the end. Well, we put it down first time, but Justin Shaju there, showing his reflexes as he plucks it out, using his left hand before he hits the ground. And that was a super catch, and that is the end of the innings. Look at that, that's superb. And did well to keep it in his hand, because quite often when you hit the deck like that, it pops out. Well, so with the addition of many extras and, well, those 5 penalty runs as well, because of a slow over rate being bowled, the American University of Malta have, well, poodled along, probably is the best way to describe it, to 67 or 4. And well, it's a little bit of tiki-taka, not too many boundaries. Only 4 in the whole of that innings. And well, there was the first wicket there. Good catch taken there by Basil George. Amandeep Rayan went. And after that, they really did struggle. The runs dried up. It's a nice shot there through the gap there by Deepak Singh. And in the end, he decided that he would get himself run out and leave Zohaib Malik in. Zohaib Malik didn't really do much else. I think that decision had a lot to do with Zohaib Malik being the standing captain and saying, "Oi, I'm the captain. I have the right. You move. I'll stay in." He himself didn't add any more. He was gone, scoring 5 of the 7 balls he faced. And that was a great catch there you saw taken by Justin Sharj. So at the end of that, those highlights thankfully didn't include many of the wides and extras that we saw. Like I say, just the 4 boundaries in the innings. Amandeep Lalan, he got 2 of those, 2 fours of his 12 of 10. And the bowling figures, well, in total 7 bowlers were used, and the most economical, I suppose, that one at the end there by Basil George, but even he couldn't make it an wideless over. At the end of the day, that first innings is on a low par, 67 scored off the 10 overs, 4 wickets down, an innings that never really got started. So we're going to take a short break now and see how the Knights come out and go about chasing down 68 for victory. Be back with you in a short while.
Merhaba Malta. Welcome to Malta.
Who'd be a wicketkeeper? 28 wides in that innings from the University. 7 bowlers used by the champions, the Knights. Every single one of them transgressed the line. And, well, if you're ever going to be on the receiving end of the bowling behind the stumps, then you don't want to be Avinash Dilip in that game. But with all those wides and those extras with the 5 penalty runs comprising half the score for University, but it is, well, it is at least a score. Not a great one. The champions should feel that they can knock this off very simply indeed, but haven't the University fought well? I thought their whole fight was really personified by Deepak Singh, one of 5 debutants in the team, coming in having not played all summer for this team, because 4 men are in quarantine for the University side and the captain is unavailable too. 10 from 25 balls, having played very little cricket before and even found a boundary. Still, the cricket continues and it's about to get serious. Here is Basil George, the great left-handed hitter of the island, number 38 on his back, by far the highest run scorer of the domestic season, with 293 runs at an average of a strike rate of 129. And the opening bowler is going to be stand-in captain Zohaib Malik. He's going to bowl spin. And this is an interesting one, because what with all this quarantine, the University are down to 3 fit bowlers. Ralhan Patel and Patel. Jitesh Patel's not available, so they're actually down to 2 fit bowlers, Ralhan and Shubham Patel. So, oh dear.
Well, you say fit bowlers, that could strike another one off. Now, when you say fit bowlers, I suppose what you're trying to say is known bowlers.
There's Zohaib Malik. He's going to bowl his spin first up to Basil George. It's a good start and a good ball, and Basil George playing it with respect. It's a little slippery out there, but not as bad as it was earlier on. And he's got him! That's a massive wicket. It's so important to get him out early on. Just a straight ball. George decided to give it the old heave-ho, and we have an immediate breakthrough. The Knights, the champions, 0 for 1.
Well, I've heard so much about this left-hander. Everyone I speak to out here in Malta say you've got to wait and see Basil George. I was all excited. Well, the only team that's excited at the moment, well, is the University. What a great start that from Zohaib Malik. Nothing special about the ball, just in the right areas. And well, Basil George, maybe seeing that it's not a big target, wanted to go after that and send it over the 30-yard circle to the vacant area. No man back there. Finds himself bowled. What a start.
Number 3, just arriving at the wicket now and taking a guard that looks like middle stump, Alamin Begum. Highest strike rate, higher even than Basil George's, 137 per 100 balls, and he mows one away immediately into the leg side. Both of the sweeping fielders that are allowed in these 3 overs of power play are out there just for that shot. So, only the one. Malik slightly getting away with that full toss. Now here is Dileep, the wicketkeeper, playing to mid-wicket straight up, and he must be absolutely exhausted, Dileep, from behind the stumps. All those wides. Only 2 of the wides were converted into extra runs. He got all the others in his gloves. Big old smack away over extra cover. The ball is just holding up, and it's been just stopped inside the line. What a great bit of relay fielding from these 2 young students. It was a swashbuckling sort of hit. No, umpire Gooch, it's not 4. No, that's not 4. That's stopped a couple of inches inside the line. That's a harsh call. Is he going to correct it? There, what a good man. You see, there's an umpire making sure he gets it right. In fact, it's just 2. Well, now we're going to have a discussion with the match referee. We saw it here. We might be able to see the replay. Well, we've seen it on television just stopping about 5 centimetres short of the line, but it's been given as 4. And that one is away as well. There's no doubt about that one. That is 4. And it seems altogether too harsh.
He watched that well onto the bat. It's one of those deliveries that batsmen see and think, I'm going to have this. I'm going to send it packing. He waited on it and did the right thing. Just timed it, chipped it over the infield. 4 runs. No doubt about that one.
Well, he deserves to enjoy the game after the nightmare he's been forced to endure behind the stumps. He kept wicket brilliantly, wide upon wide upon wide, and Dileep profiting by consecutive 4s after the first over. So 9 from it, a tidy enough over from Malik. Now here is Shubham Patel, another of the 3 regular bowlers still available to University.
He's made a nice start there. Just got into good rhythm. The ball outside the off stump. Not trying to bowl too fast. And when he did deliver that, he did look back and have a look at his footing. And well, we talk about footing. We've just seen another fielder going from the offside down to the leg, to the square leg position, slip over. We haven't had any more rain, but I guess there's certain parts of this ground which are still quite slippery.
And he's gone. There's another breakthrough. The second one falls. Patel has made it through. Dileep, the keeper, he's finished. 8 runs, and off he goes. The Knights, the champions, now 10 for 2.
This was a very good ball. Once again in the right area. There it goes. Just follows him in. The batsman, he's trying to chop this down. You can see how low he's gone trying to do it. He knows he's wrong selection of shot. I mean, the ball went through straight onto the stumps anyway, but if he had managed to get anything onto it, he would have just helped it along his path. 2 down. They're in this match.
They are in this match. Well, they've got to keep on taking wickets regularly. They don't do it through economy, I shouldn't think, but new batsman. Well, the Knights are playing this in a slightly unorthodox fashion because they're not racing through their big hitting top order. In fact, this new batsman, the left-hander at number 4, Manoj Panikar, is the only one of their batsmen in the squad who hasn't yet faced a ball this whole season. As now, he's in the side because Sam Stanislaus at number 4 is not playing in this game. So he gets his first bat of the season. Oh, and it's only just gone down the leg side. And there you see the umpire doing what he quite likes to do. He's the only umpire who does it. He's given the batsman the benefit of the doubt there. It's gone down the leg side, and all the regulations say it's a wide. He calls that a profile wide because the batsman moved out of the way to make it a wide. And that is a super flick, high and handsome, all the way. Paniker is as calm as can be.
Yeah, there's no panicking here. Gets into line with that lovely high back lift. Just look at the position. Look at there we go. Foot in the right place. Follows it through all of the way into the shot. That's a big hit.
Getting off the mark with a 6 is an assertive way to go about your work. Follows it up with a neat little nudge onto the leg side to show he's not all about brute force. It should be a stroll for the Knights, really. They're certainly giving less regular batsmen, Dilip and Paniker, an opportunity to score runs, so they're taking it lightly, so far at least. They know they've got all those other big hitters still waiting to come out. Matthew, Shah.
Zohar Malik is going to continue his spell, and why shouldn't he? It's a nice start from him. Just 9 off the first over, and he took the wicket. Another couple of wickets here. Well, stranger things have happened.
Well, yes, they happened in the previous innings with all those wides. And there, it's taken us 3 overs into the 3rd over to get our first wide from the students. So far, we must say the students have bowled significantly better than the champions. He's back on it, nice shot. Misfield isn't going to cost anything. That's the new man Deepak Singh there fielding. His last minute call up to the side.
It should be interesting now. We've got that right and left hand combination. Paniker now off strike, the left-hander. Played that very nicely.
Beckham goes big, down the ground, on the onside, 6 more. Now they've each found a maximum.
Nasty hit, just once again keeping nice, good balance. Head still, watching it onto the bat, and well, hit it in the middle, and that's gone all the way over. Big hit from him. Remember, still, this is inside the power play, so they can't have too many men out. Just the 2, and both of them on that onside.
That should be a wide, well outside the mark. But umpire Gooch feeling perhaps Begum has just come a little bit too far across and brought the ball within his reach. Oh, that's a good one, isn't it? He's opened Begum right up, squared him up and taken the edge of the bat. Unfortunately, Paniker getting hit right on the forearm there by the ball as it comes in. And it's nice to see the students coming to his aid.
That's very well bowled. You can see him there. He's had 2 minds, the batsman. He was on his way out and thought, no, actually, not for this one. Goes back and, well, he did well in the end to get his bat down on that. It could have been one of those which, after changing his shot, he misses it and it goes through. Well, the magic spray has come out.
That's just what it was designed for. You get a nasty bruise on the bone. European Cricket Series in Rome, we saw that magic spray come out about 10 times for every single injury, including a strained thigh muscle. And also a batsman had got something in his eye. No ill effects, seemingly, for Paniker. The thing is, just those couple of 6s that they've each hit has brought the target now to just below a run a ball, 42 from 43 already. well, for the sake of neatness, that evens it up. That's the power play over with, 3 overs gone. And Knights are 26 for 2. There having been 9 runs off the over, and the equation is an easy 42 from 42 from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, we say easy, there's nothing really easy. It's one of those, though, isn't it? It's batsman, do you play your shots? Do you not play your shots? Do you in your mind think to yourself, well, we can do this without taking any chances? Let's just take the singles and get a bit of net practice in. Then all of a sudden you make a couple of mistakes, a couple of wickets go, and the new batsmen coming in start to panic. So, well, I've got to play their shots, I would say. Do what you do normally, and at the moment they seem to be. Both have hit some nice maximos, and they're rotating the strike nicely as well.
Here's the first change bowler, and it's one of the debutants, Ravi Paul. Can't tell you how he bowls until you see it with us for the first time. Starting with a wide. Such is the urgency of the emergency that's gone through the students' team that he's actually having to wear Abhishek Prajapati's shirt. He's only been enlisted to the University 11 at the very last minute, wasn't even in the squad for the tournament. That's a nice ball, that's well done. Short, inside the line.
Yeah, short. One of those balls, I mean, you can get some short ones which are too wide, down the leg side, which is easy pickings. That was in the right corridor, I think, with the batsman.
Yeah, good again, inside the line once more. It's a slightly dangerous strategy because, of course, you're always pushing that line, but if you get it right, well, certainly what we're seeing at the moment is that Alamin Begum does struggle to reach those. Doesn't move his back foot across to the offside at all. Oh, that's right in front, close. The umpire says that the ball would have gone on to miss the leg stump. It certainly hit him in line.
Yeah, we'll see this here again. Does come through.
What a good call, I think.
Yeah, I mean, even from our angle there, you could see that perhaps it was going to go on to miss the leg stump. A good bowling action. I like the way Ravi Paul, when he's delivering here, continues on straight down. Here we go, look, follows the ball through. That's really nice to see. He's not falling away like a lot of bowlers are doing, so he keeps his shape well.
Yeah, tall man. And by doing that, he's making the most of his height. When the bowler falls away or collapses a little bit, even if he's tall, the release point of the ball is that much lower. Means, apart from anything else, that Paul is able to get good bounce. Oh, he's hit that hard, but it's straight up and straight down into the fielder's hands. Nicely taken by Amandeep Rauhan. And 3 down now, and they're all quality batsmen. Begum has gone for 9, and the Knights are 29 for 3.
Yeah, this is a good catch. Bowler did well, teasing him into playing the shot. And that was for 1 minute going over his head, but he kept his eye on the ball all the time. Well, had the thought process of just taking his cap off so he wasn't going to lose it at the last minute and taking it over his head. That's a very, very good catch indeed. And well, this pressure is definitely building. I mean, they played some good shots to take some of the pressure off at the key times, and that one was, again, well, that was a couple of dot balls, went for the pressure shot. Gets out.
Panicker on strike as they crossed. That should have been the last ball of the over. But Ravi Paul has just shoved it down the leg side. Well, nice for him to get his very first competitive league wicket on television on debut for his new team. Paniker's very good at getting to the pitch of the ball. He's going to retain the strike, his left-hander, because that was the last ball of the 4th over. The Knights, well, they're certainly making heavy weather of their cruise to the target so far. They're 31 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, that was good over there from Ravi Paul. He gets a wicket. Did bowl a wide there, but I think that was just a change over from right-hander to left. Just wasn't able to adjust his line. And you just feel that if the university team here can just keep the ball up to the batsman and make them play the shots, there's always that chance of a miscue or a poor shot, missing the ball, LB in front. Just got to keep the pressure on. They need wickets to win this game.
Panikkar back on strike, but he soon gets the ball away as Shubham Patel comes back for his second over. Already taken wicket of Avinash Dilip. Here is the number 5 batsman, Niaz Mohammed. Hasn't had the chance to do much batting in the domestic season. In fact, although he has strode to the crease, he's had neither run nor ball, and that must be out. Yes, the finger goes up. Angled straight onto middle stump, it ducked in, and Mohammed's runless season is going to continue a little longer. The Knights, they're in bother now, are 4 down.
Yeah, just what I'm talking about, just bowling in the right areas. Once more, wicket-to-wicket bowling here. Look at that, straight, bang. He just planted his foot right across, and you always know you're in danger when the batsman looks up at the umpire. And the umpire there saying, sorry mate, you've got to go, you're right in front. That one going down to hit middle stump. Well, these are now pressure moments, and any of the Knights players there that are padded up now are getting nervous, they're getting twitchy. They don't want to be coming out here. They want these guys here to do the job. Now, are they going to do it?
This is not supposed to be happening. They haven't lost a single game all season. They haven't even drawn one. They've already had an abandonment 1 point each this morning against this side, and now they're struggling chasing, but that's high, and it could be a chance, not another one. Yes, 2 in 2. They've got another. This time it's Asif Shah. They're 5 down. What is happening? It's not supposed to happen. It's best against worst, isn't it?
Well, that's fabulous stuff. A great catch there taken. This time it was Gohil. And, well, would you believe it? Shubham Patel, 2 in 2. He's on a hat-trick.
Well, this is big pressure now on Justin Shaju. He likes to have a hit. He comes in the lower order. He's a bit higher than he's used to be. Number 7. Tends to come in and just have a slog towards the end. I wonder if he'll be able to resist having a slog now. But he won't face the hat-trick ball because Manoj Panikkar is back on strike. In the air, and he's going to get some runs here. Well, so much for the hat-trick. It was a good ball. Patel pitched it up to him well.
Yeah, just angled it across him, and once more, it's just because it's the left-hander, it's a slightly different direction of the ball. He's whipped that away well there. That's a good shot. It was in the air for that one moment. He thought, well, maybe, could it be? But no, played it well inside the gap, picks up 4 runs. 4 very valuable runs because, well, any boundaries now will certainly take some of this pressure and tension off the batting side.
2 balls left to go in the over. Nearly yorked himself, Panikkar coming down the pitch there. But he's going to get off strike with 1 ball left to come. Now the man who's holding it all together, 16 off 12, and well, wouldn't it be great for Shubham Patel now to take his 4th wicket. He's just got 1 ball left, but he does get to bowl it. The number 7 batsman, newly arrived, Justin Shaju. 31 from 31 required. It's well bowled again. It's a nice slow in swing onto middle stump, but Shaju's off the mark and will keep the strike. Halfway through the innings, what a great spell it was from Shubham Patel. 7 runs off that over, and his total figures are absolutely superb. 3 for 15, and with half the innings gone, it's 38 for 5, and the Knights need 30 from 30.
Yes, this is good work, good fighting work from the American University team, Malta. They haven't given up. They came out to the field with belief, and they're showing that belief. And at the moment, it's all going to plan. Ravi Paul, he bowled extremely well. Bowled into Justin Sharjah. It's a bit of flash outside the off stump.
Yeah, it's an interesting move, this, to give Ravi Paul his second over now, because we've only got one experienced bowler left, and that's Amandeep Ralhan, who'll come on to bowl his seamers. But if he bowled number 6, then Paul could bowl number 7, and Ralhan could bowl number 8, and you'd actually get through your 4 experienced bowlers. You might have 7 or 8 wickets down after 8 overs. As it is, at some point they've got to find that 5th bowler from somewhere. I wonder who it's going to be.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, I suppose the university are hoping that we won't get that far, and they'll take the other 5 wickets they need. But they've got to get past this man first. Panika is batting very confidently, playing his shots. He's hit this one in the air. It's a fielder giving it some chase. He'll do well to get to it. It doesn't. Fortunately for him, the ball hits the deck and just plants itself there, and he digs it out of the ground and rolls it back. 2 taken by Manoj Panika.
Got right underneath it, didn't it? Almost like he was trying to chip it onto the green. He's on the wrong field for that. The golf course is next door.
There are chances here. Can they take another one? He's come down. He's hit this in the air. This should be a chance. Oh dear. Well, we've seen some very good catching and fielding, and that a little bit of a lack of attempt for me there. Needed to put a dive in. I think that was that Shubham Patel?
Yeah. Yes, he's got underneath it, Panika. He doesn't have a lot of top hand in his shots when he goes straight. Patel did well to get to it. Just couldn't reach.
Well bowled. Right at him. Shorter into the block there. Just wondering here, Kit, whether the university now need to start thinking about these easy singles and say, oh, look, we know that they can do this in singles. Maybe we just need to have a player in close on each side, just so we're not giving 3 runs away. Got him! Oh no, he spilled it. He spilled it. He put it down. The batsman doesn't know. Could he be run out?
No, he can't be run out. If he leaves the field thinking that he's out when he's not, he can't be run out. So he'll have to come back.
Well, it's all happening out there.
He still doesn't know. He's still walking off. If we have a look at the replay, we'll see if the spill was an accident. They grabbed onto it. Yeah, it's a drop. It's a bona fide drop, and the batsman's going to have to come back.
Yeah, he's got to stop him going off the field. There's got to be some communication there. He doesn't know, of course, but it has been dropped.
Is he not coming back? They think he's been run out, but what's happened, we understand now from the tournament organisers, is that there was an attempt to tell him to come back, and he's left the field. They haven't been able to communicate to him that he's coming back. Well, there's a bonus, and what a controversial moment. You can see here the catch was very clearly put down. He did all the hard work, but it just bobbled out as he hit the ground. And then he walked off. He wasn't looking. His partner was saying, come back, come back, come back. But he just walked straight off the field and didn't come back.
Didn't come back. He just carried on walking. I mean, it was quite clear there from the non-striker, from Panika, was actually saying to him, look, he's dropped it, go back, get back. But, well.
No. Quite extraordinary. End of the over, though.
Yep, which is why Panika is on strike. So, well, we'll give you an update there. So, we're on score 44. 6 wickets are down into this, the 7th over.
Darshanik Gohill is bowling some spin. He does not bowl a lot. He often takes the gloves. If he can sneak through and over here as a very occasional bowler. Oh, that didn't look very occasional at all, Rico.
No, I mean, this is just a great, terrific fight back. Not giving up. Well, the occasional bowlers were, well, you would have thought that it was the Knights that were the occasional bowlers, wouldn't you, from their bowling performance? Oh, he could be gone. I'm sure his foot was up, was it?
I think it was down. There's only one way to decide it, Rico. We'll have to have a fight.
Well, to have a look for 1 minute there, I thought maybe he dragged his foot up. See this again. It's all happening. He's come down here, missed it. Oh, I think he's gone.
Yes, you're
For me, he's gone.
Nice and slow it right down, slow it right down. Yes, I'm afraid. Oh dear, oh dear. Yeah, that is palpably out, Rico. I was wrong. You were right.
Well, the umpire, well, it's a difficult call, isn't it? You haven't got the benefit of what we've got here, but you could see there he's clearly... Yeah, his foot was in the air.
It's not that close, Rico, to be honest. Look, how a good half a dozen frames before his foot goes down. I'm afraid that's a bit of a clanger from the umpire.
Oh, what a difference that could have made. Would that be the changing moment?
And I know that is, of course, the same umpire who gave the batsman out prematurely, caught behind previously.
Well, a bit of panic. He's late going. Well, every run now just seems to be so hard and so difficult to get.
You know what, though?
Tell me.
Those two unusual umpiring decisions have evened each other out. He gave the batsman out far too early and the ball was dropped as it hit the ground. And then with that one, the batsman was out and was given in, and it's all worked out quite fairly in the end.
Wide ball. It's just strained down the legs there. Gohil.
So the net result is, in terms of fairness and cricket, no harm done, really.
Was there Paul? Keeps rotating the strike. That's, I suppose, what the key is here now. The key is Manoj Panika give him the strike and hopefully he'll finish his off for him. Well, he took the single, though, of the last ball. I'd still like to see the field in now. I'd like to see them put pressure on the new batsman and try and panic him a little, try and ruffle his feathers.
Just 3 runs off that previous over.
Well, what a game this has turned out to be. I mean, so often there's low-scoring games and you think it's just going to be, you know, it's going to be a walk in the park, but it ends up being a thriller, and this is certainly shaping up this way.
Here is Amandeep Rahan. At long last, he's a capable bowler.
It's chipped in the air. Fielder does well. You see there once more, in that area of the field, it's so soggy and damp, it's sticky, and he's got the ball. His feet were going from underneath him, but he kept his balance, gets the ball in just a single. So, well...
Somehow the University have got this into a situation where they've muddled through. They've stolen a couple of overs. Gohil bowling an over that's gone for 3 when he doesn't usually bowl. And they've contrived to get Ralhan bowling overs 8 and 10, which is a brilliant outcome for them.
Bowled. This is what, this is where I think maybe the University needs to start thinking about this. Will say, right, okay, if that's what they want to do, let's make it difficult for them. I mean, if you look there to the right-hander, on the leg side, there is nobody there stopping this single to get Panika back on strike.
Yeah, they've got one anywhere they want it in front of square on the leg side, haven't they? Just a bit of inexperience showing there from Bose Paul, trying to hit the big 6 down the ground. All he needs to do is work it around for singles.
Well, they'll get the rotational strike there. That's off a wide ball, so 2 wides. Amandeep just straying a little bit. He's got to get a couple of wickets here, get the ball in the right areas. That's chipped up in the air. It splits. Oh, that was a fantastic effort. That was a really great top-class effort there. Well, that was fantastic. That was Patel, Shubham Patel. And then also, wants to catch, well, it's hard to say, went down. It was a great effort. He's kept the ball in play as well, stopping it from going over the boundary. Terrific work. Into the pads to take the leg by.
It's only a boundary that really starts to make things demonstrably easier for the Knights, but they just can't find one. The fielding has been tigerish from first to last. Given the way that they failed to score runs, the students just shouldn't be in this position. They've done so well.
Oh, he's just chipped that over man at behind square. But the ball gets cut off before it goes to the boundary rope. It's another 2 taken. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's just one of those games, and you're seeing it here, and it's happening. But like you say, Kit, it really shouldn't be happening.
There we go, 8 overs now down. Ralhan has looked only a little rusty, but he's just conceded 8 runs from the bat in the over. It went for 9 in total with the leg by. The equation now gorgeously set. 12 from 12.
Oh, they've got to go 2, have they surely? Well, they decide not to.
Well, Panica feeling that he can, for the time being, trust his partners and just take the single. It's a good shot from Paul. Take it straight off middle stump. Decent sweep for 2. Panica was right so far. If he'd missed, that would have been gone. But Paul trusted his sweep.
Yeah, good work there again from Singh. They framed themselves around. That little kick, hasn't he, before he plays his shots? Got a little kick out with his front foot and then plays his shot. Just wonder if he's ever kicked the ball before he's actually managed to get the bat to it. He's got a little flick of the leg, and he comes down and plays it.
This excellent running between the wicket is just starting to edge the balance in favour of the Knights here. How about that for a bit of improvisation?
Well, it was good and not good. I mean, if he had stayed where he was, it would have been a wide ball down the leg side. He would have got 1 run and an extra ball, but what he has done is taken a single, so he's got a run to his name, but lost out on an extra delivery.
6 off 8 now. Clean hit from Panica would do it. It's a little bit lazy. Want to get your hands on it in this situation. But let's not forget that Gohill does not bowl often. He's only having to bowl because of the absence of so many of his teammates in quarantine. And you look at it that way, he's bowled superbly well.
Oh, he's got there eventually, the fielder. Took a long time to cover his ground. That was Amandeep Relhan.
Well, that's the end of the 9th. 65 for 6. Well, I tell you what, how much would the university love to get those 2 runs back from earlier on in the innings when the ball was just cut off inside the line but was signalled for. But it really would take a miracle now if Amandeep Ralhan can restrict the Knights here to just 1 run in the over, which is what it would have to be for an outright win. But even 2 for a tie and a golden ball would be wishful thinking. But it's been a funny sort of game in which funny sorts of things have happened, Rico.
Yes, I mean, very low score to defend, but they've done it so well. Oh, and that's, yeah, he sort of scratches his head to say, what have I done there? Fires it down the leg side, gives a wide. So 66. 2 needed. This ball is in the air, and no, he's put it down. He's put it down. Well, Abhishek, no, apologies, it's not. It's the man who's been brought in for him, Ravi Paul.
Oh dear. Well, they've struggled and fought so hard, and that is probably going to be the clincher.
Well, if he had taken that catch, even the rainbow here had come out for him. I don't know if you can see that at home. A beautiful rainbow has come across this ground here in Malta. And if he took that catch, who knows? That was the prize wicket they needed, a panicker. And there probably would have been a bit of panicking going on. It could. Well,
That's it.
in the end, there you go. So it's the rainbow that is finally shining on the night. They made it hard work. Very hard work indeed. Chasing a low target. But they kept us entertained. And that was good. That was, well, any youngsters watching, and that's the way to do it. It doesn't matter if you have a nightmare with the bat, you score low runs. The key thing is you never give up. And credit to the American University of Malta. What they didn't do is give up. They fought to the end, and they deserve, well, all the praise and applause that they could get for taking this game right into that last over. And who knows if that catch had been taken. A few other ifs and buts there. Stumping that, well, it's harsh. I know it's difficult for umpire. They have to give a decision on things they see first up. Don't have the luxury of what we have here, replays. Well, that was the prize wicket, the man that we all wanted to see bat. Well, I certainly did. Basil George, the university didn't, and they made sure of that, getting him out early. And at this point here, it was all about them. Another one, clean bowl there. Dilip going. Shubham Patel in on the act. This was a very good catch indeed. Really showed good quality out there in the field. Never gave up. LBW straight, just planting his foot there. And he's not going to get away with that. And that was Nias Mohammed. Again, Shubham Patel. And yeah, joy. But that man there, he was the thorn. He was the one that kept the Atlas Knights in this game. Manoj Panikar. And right there in the last over, he could have gone. The catch went down. It was Ravi Paul. If he could have held on to that, who knows? At the end of the day, it's a victory. A victory for the Atlas Knights. And we're just going to move on now to give you the interview where Kid Harris is going to be speaking to the player of the match.
Thank you, Rico. Yes, I'm here with the man of the match who inevitably, given his crucial role in the run chase, is Manoj Panikar. Manoj, however did that game get as close as it did?
The pitch was a bit too pacey. Some of the balls is being kept too low, so we cannot predict it how it will come. That's why it become more difficult there.
And 28 wides from your bowlers, you know, you're the champions. What's going wrong?
That time the pitch was a little wet, so they couldn't place the legs in proper way. That's what it's get like this. Next time it will be more good for us, hopefully.
And obviously the Knights have, in this game, changed their usual batting order a little bit. You might not yourself have expected to play if everyone were available.
Yeah, this match is like we need to give some players some chance. Even for me, they tried us. Hopefully, next time our two key players is missing, they will come back and we will be more strong for the next time.
So you are, it's fair to say, single-handedly responsible for getting your team over the line. What did the captain say to you before you went out to bat?
No, we just lost 2 wickets quickly, so he said that just be there for some time and look what the pitch is doing and then play according to you. That hopefully I played like that for him.
And when your main players are back, they can't drop you now.
It's up to the captain. I will obey what he says.
Well, you did a great job, Manoj, and he's managed to get the champions over the line. Still 100% winning record from the Knights, but only just, as the university have given them the fright of their lives. We'll be back at 1:30 or on the hour if you're watching from India for the last game of the day, which will be Warriors against Marsa round 2. And we'll look forward to your company then.
Well, hello folks. You can probably see from your pictures there that, well, the rainbow that we had at the end of that last game has been followed by some rain which has blown over. So the covers are on, and well, as the rain continues to fall, we hope it will be a passing shower and we'll have some rays of sunlight coming back so we can bring you the last game that we have scheduled for today, and that's a game between Inniside Warriors Cricket Club versus Marsa. They played already once, Marsa winning that time by 34 runs. The Inniside Warriors will want to get some revenge if they get the opportunity here to do so. And while I've got you in here, I take this opportunity to thank the organisers here, the Malta Cricket Federation, the chairman Indika Pereira and vice chairman Michael Gunitileka, secretary Cyril Matthews, and tournament director Lee Tuck, who's also been doing a lot of work here with the scorers. And he forgives me for referring to him as Eddie the Eagle with his lovely glasses that he had on doing the bowling. But no, on a serious note, all of those guys and Les White, the groundsman here, have been doing a wonderful job. We've been looked after very well. Tournament referee Rob Kemmins will no doubt at some point go out there with umpires Tim Wheeler, Hamar Sharma, and also our very own Stefan Gooch. And the rest of the team here, the production team, and it's Richard and Chris doing a wonderful job bringing you these images wherever you are. Our global cricket audience, so whether you're watching on fan code via the Indians on the Indian subcontinent, or of course Sports Flick, welcome to you, and hopefully we'll have more cricket back with you later today if that's possible. And of course our European Cricket Network team, Meda Dolb, Andy House, Barry Eaton, Stefan Gooch, Sam Williams, all doing an excellent job for you. I hope you've enjoyed what cricket we've had so far. That was a low scoring thriller we just saw the end of. And to remind you once more, as you can see from your pictures, a little bit of rain here at the moment at this beautiful Marsa ground, inaugurated in 1902 by the British Armed Forces. And then when you look around this ground, you can see quite clearly the areas that was the joint officials mess from the regimental style buildings. This iconic cricket oval overlooked by the 15th century Tachapuna Chapel. It's a lovely place to be, and we hope that this the weather will pick up for us, will at least clear away for this last fixture for today. Anyway, Rico 4 will hopefully be coming back in a short while to bring you some brighter and better news, and we can get back to the cricket. Speak to you all later.
Welcome back to Valletta in Malta. Coming to the end now of day 2 of this European cricket series. And I'm afraid for the second time in the day, it's bad news from us here. The game between Marsa and the Msida Warriors has been abandoned owing to rain. We've passed the cut-off time for the minimum length of game, which would have been 5 overs aside, and it's a case of 1 point each. Now, where that leaves us in the league table is that all 6 of the teams have now either played or had abandoned 2 games each, and the Southern Crusaders, by virtue of winning both of their games yesterday, are top of the table with 4. And then we have the Knights and Marsa level in second place with 3 points each, 1 for a win, 1 for an abandonment. Then we have in 4th equal the University and the Msida Warriors, who've each got a point from the abandonment alongside a lost game. And then at the bottom of the table, Overseas, who have lost both of their games yesterday. So the 2 games each, that's the position, and we're going to have to say goodbye to you for the time being, but you must join us tomorrow when, weather permitting and the forecast is good, we will have 4 games for you, some double headers. You'll see Overseas and the Knights play each other twice, and the Crusaders and the University of Malta play each other twice as well. Now, we've just had an adjustment earlier today to the previously advertised times. We're going to be starting on Central European time at 9 o'clock in the morning. That means if you're watching in India, it's 2:30 in the afternoon. The first ball will be bowled, and that is the first of the games between Overseas and Knights. But for the time being, here on European Cricket Network, live from the middle of the Mediterranean, this is me, Kit Harris, alongside Rico Full, wishing you a good evening, and we will be back on air tomorrow and look forward to your company then.